I should probably let everybody else know.
Alright.
Live on Twitch. Alright.
Yep. Alrighty, everybody. Not that anybody's on as of yet.
So I can start eating one of those Detroit style bratwursts again because, oh my god, it's so fucking good.
Anyway. So we got new cameras, new microphone. So hopefully this
The
sounds
setup
better.
works a little bit better because, I mean,
That's
I'm going to have to wear a
setup was
hat
bad.
because, holy crap, the glare off my head's ridiculous.
Oh, you're fucking blind, everyone.
Have I mentioned how much I hate you?
Every day. Every fucking day.
Hey, it's Mikey. What's up,
Man, I
Mikey?
don't feel like fucking sitting like a midget at this table.
Well, but that's because that bench is higher and that bench is lower.
Is that how that works?
Well, I also sit on a pillow too, so it gives me an extra 3 inches.
I do the same.
That's probably why it's busted, because I lean back like that all the time.
Probably.
So today's fucking topic is the LA riots and the rule of law. Hey!
What's up?
And then tomorrow's broadcast is going to be celebrating the Army's 250th anniversary, birthday, because everybody knows the best branch out there is the fucking Army.
Yeah.
Because we're the oldest and most prestigious. I'm not sure where the fucking everybody else comes into play.
Well,
I'm not saying it's just because I know she's watching. I do think the Navy is in the top two. Us in the Navy.
There's only two branches. The Army and the Navy. Air Force is a corporation, and the Marine Corps is a cult.
first Becky's gotta go get a drink.
And we don't talk about the Coast Guard.
Coast Guard's not technically a fucking branch.
We're the only psychopaths jumping onto the semi-submersibles. Going after drug runners.
Flying planes into hurricanes.
No, the Air Force does it too.
The Air Force does that
The Air
too.
Force has 3 or 4 WC-130s.
Okay.
See,
I
they
thought-
go in a fixed wing aircraft. The Coast Guard goes out in rotary.
Air Force goes out in rotary wing as well. So does the Air National Guard.
And how many of them are plucking idiots out of the water?
Every single one of them when it comes to search and rescue. Have you not seen the movie The Perfect Storm?
No, I haven't.
Yes, because you need to watch the movie The Perfect Storm, because it was not the Coast Guard who actually rescued a sailing vessel. It was a Black Hawk crew. It was either a Black Hawk or a Pave Hawk. From Underway. Are you allowed to watch this while underway?
As long as she's got a stable enough connection,
Don't see why
I
not.
don't see why
As
not.
long as she's not in the...
She's not in the CIC or
Yeah.
Yeah, as long
anything.
as she's not in the
that's
CIC
true.
and as long as she's not on the bridge, she's fine.
She wouldn't be in the bridge anyway. She got demoted from that job. Oh! There's
Not
a
one
jab.
rank, but
With
two
two
fucking
ranks! And, you know, from all the fucking shenanigans I did, I came a cunt hair from getting demoted, but I talked my way out of it.
She's
So between her, you, and me, I don't think I've ever been in trouble enough to get even the option of being demoted.
Oh, I came close.
I don't think I've ever been pulled into the commander's office to even talk about it.
Oh, I was in the field. It would have been bad.
What's being in the field? I sat in an office. In a nice air-conditioned office.
What you been working on,
staring
Mikey?
at a fucking computer screen for 12 to 16 hours a day.
Next person to say shenanigans is getting pistol whipped.
Well, we can't.
Shenanigans? Oh, you caught it. No.
I was in softball, honey.
I didn't know that.
I fucked up my. I got tendonitis in my
Yeah, but now she
ankles.
likes my hard balls.
Can't pistol whip
I
anybody
mean-
when I got 550 cord.
If you
I
like
mean-
something the size of peas, okay, sure, go ahead.
I don't know who to hit.
You can hit
For
him.
start, hammer.
You can
Hammer
hit him.
continuing.
He started the whole thing, so.
Yeah, no. I was on gate guard at a makeshift fob in Wisconsin, and the NCOIC never showed up. Who was in E6? So it was 2 specialists the entire fucking night at 6 a.m. rolls around when the relief is supposed to show up.
Supposed to.
Yeah. So the first vehicle in the morning had an E6 and an E7. And they're like, yeah, nobody's ever here in the morning. Why don't you guys just get the fuck out of here? Paraphrasing. What are 2 sleep-deprived specialists going to do when they hear that?
They're gonna
Fucking
get the
leave.
fuck out.
Fucking leave. And it comes down on our asses? No, I don't think so. Because according to my report, the NCOIC never showed up. I took responsibility, and I made sure the other specialists never got in trouble. So the full bird who showed up looked at that and was like, well, this specialist is taking responsibility for his actions and is taking the blame for the other specialist because he sent her away. I'm not going to rag on him too much. So we'll just give him a counseling statement. The E6, on the other hand, who never showed up, got demoted from 6 to 5 in the field.
Nice.
At least you guys weren't in uniform going through at a protest. That's a great way to
5
go.
feet.
I think he meant 550 cord.
Oh, yeah, no, it's 550 cord. Yeah. 550 cord.
Or as some people know it, paracord.
I wouldn't know. I've never been demoted. But I've never been promoted either, so I don't fucking know.
I'm kind of in the same boat.
I need another one.
I'm out of my spiked coffee.
You might as well grab like a handful of White Claws and just bring them out here because I'm probably going to go through.
Hey!
Oh!
You were supposed to be defending me against these two. What the fuck was I doing?
6 foot. Huh?
I had a stroke trying to read that.
Yeah, Mikey, you gave me a stroke.
Again.
Again. Like for the 5th time. I mean, you only get like 6 freebies along with concussions. Blackberry, black cherry, original. A quick drop and a sudden stop. Just hanging around. Oh. Where the fuck what go?
Not talking to you.
You know, we should probably finish up those Trulies anyway, so you might want to bring them out here. So, Ashley, where do they have you heading off to?
I don't think she can tell you that. I don't believe that's considered opposite.
Oh. If you can go ahead and just start pressing buttons and just
No,
like
she can't just
make the
press
Rio
buttons.
Grande. Is it Rio Grande or Rio Grande?
Rio Grande.
Depends. Are you saying it in English or in Spanish?
It's Rio Grande. If you're saying it in English.
It's Rio Grande in English, Rio Grande in
I'm
Spanish.
trying to say it in its proper pronunciation.
Just say it in English. Rio Grande.
Okay, if you could just make that fucking river bigger and deeper and so they can't cross anymore, that'd be great.
You-
She's
She can't.
She's on her fucking fighting words tonight with her.
She is. She's all over it.
Her butt let me protect herself.
I'm about to get one of those kiddie pools filled full of baby oil and let them fucking wrestle.
The funny thing is, I would have paid to fucking see it. And I know, no offense, you'd lose.
I'm not saying I wouldn't.
I'm just saying, no offense.
We could sell
She's
tickets.
still active duty. I'm not.
Oh my god, we could sell tickets? I wonder how much money we'd make.
All she'd have to do is fucking suffocate you with her boobs, really. That sounded so wrong.
Oh
'cause that's my
yeah,
fucking
I
cousin.
made that combination the other day, and it was fantastic. I mixed
Or just sit on her with her ass.
one of the
I mean, she's got a plump ass.
one of
I
the
really looked at her like that, but
From a
Red, white, and blue
non-objectifiable way. She's got a
with
plump
one
ass.
of the truly
If I was describing her.
fruit punch ones, and
This is where
Yeah,
Asperger's comes in handy because I'm able to describe
it
people.
came out nicely. This one's very punch, and I'm mixing it with a regular.
See, if I was going to
tea.
describe you, I would say you are a very attractive male that's a Robin Williams type Harry who is fit muscularly.
I am not that fucking hairy, sir. Rob Williams had hair down to fucking here.
Your arms are fucking gorilla
You
hairy.
should see my bro. Worse.
That's
way
the berry
fucking
punch in original.
That ain't bad. Try a drink.
Put the damn phone away.
Hey,
No.
Coke bottle fucking glasses.
They're not that thick.
Bullshit. You put them in the sunlight,
It's actually pretty
you can
cool.
use them as a magnifying glass and start an ant colony on fire.
Nah, they're not that thick.
Bullshit. Let me see. The fuck they're not. Holy shit.
They're not that thick.
But can you see?
No. Holy fuck.
Yeah, I'm blind.
These are Coke bottles.
It barely fits.
Let me go get a micrometer. Because I think these are at least 6 millimeters thick.
Probably.
Oh, I'm fucking blind as a bat.
Yeah, those are. And you just stabbed yourself in the face with your own fucking glasses
No, I
like
didn't.
a
I was gonna
retard.
put them on like that.
Oh, God.
Because they've been hit off my face a time or two by my kids, so they're a little...
Well, when a kid hits you, you just. Never mind.
No, you don't hit back.
There we go.
I got 3 new model kits.
What kind did you get?
I got another B-52.
Hustler's right there.
I got a Huey. And then I got. Dude, I'm so proud of this one.
What do you got?
I got the Hustler.
Nice.
Yes. $100.
I mean, it's not something I'd spend money on, but...
They don't. This company no longer exists. So it's kind of like buying classic cars. Because that one, and that one are all Revell monogram. So basically what's happening is you get all the old school modelers that are in their... Oh, fuck. I can't say 40s and 50s because I'm in my 40s. 60s and 70s. And 80s that were kids when these first came out. They're basically buying them up and hoarding them and not even building them. Whereas these were the first kids I ever got introduced to because they were built in the 80s and they were just throwaway kids. So now finding something like that, because they don't even make a B-58 Hustler anymore. It's no longer in service. There's no dies for them for the casting.
Mm.
So finding one for $100 cash is like finding a mint condition 68 Charger that's
Damn near impossible.
showroom worthy for the same exact price it was in 1968.
Yeah, that's damn near impossible.
Yeah, damn near impossible.
So
Who are you telling don't be a pussy, Drink, drink, chug, chug. It better not be me, because I will reach this fucking camera and smack you your firefighting ass.
He's taking a break from being a firefighter.
You second responder.
Damn it. Well, whenever you boys are ready to move on to today's topic,
I am full of piss and vinegar tonight, aren't I?
which is why you picked today's topic on a whim.
Alright, so... That was actually pretty
That
good.
was foul.
That
It's absolutely foul. Now we're gonna end up on a news broadcast. Thanks a lot.
We're on our way to becoming unsub. I just bought a whole bunch of merch for them too.
Nice.
Yeah, we
I
managed.
ordered a couple of shirts. I got the tank that said "bad bitch" on it.
I think I heard that.
Oh, he was talking to you, Anthony.
Try truly tea, and also we are the first responders. Nope, cops are always the first one to show up to secure the scene because you guys can't carry guns, so you're second responders. Oh shit. So
Today's topic.
is on a whim. We decided to talk about the LA riots and whether or not they're justified or not. Well, the riots aren't justified, but sending in 700 Marines is totally justified because Newsom's a fucking traitor.
Yeah.
The National Guard is, well, it's the fucking National Guard.
Weekend Warriors.
Yeah.
I have more respect for the reserves than I do the National Guard because at least the fucking reserves are federal. Reserves actually know what they're doing. And I know it sounds like I'm being a little biased, but
The
You
National
are.
Guard barely has standards, babe.
that is true.
What standard?
Exactly.
The National Guard has 0.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
What is going on? Did somebody hack our fucking camera?
It was Morgan.
Well, if she's gonna hack our camera, can she at least quit zooming it out?
Because look at what's going on in your computer monitor. Look what's going on the TV.
Yeah.
Spazzing out.
What the fuck?
It's also not connected via. It's connected via basically a Bluetooth connection.
Oh.
Oh, that makes sense.
It's the only way I could fucking connect it because it refused to read the HDMI. I'll have to figure it out later. I'll have to play with it. But no, as for what is going on in LA, it should never have escalated to this point.
Yeah, it's like the 2011 movie Battle Los Angeles.
It was
We all
also
know-
Marines.
Yeah, we all know what happens when you send in Marines, battle aliens. The Marines eventually will win.
Yeah.
No riot in the history has ever withstood the Marines.
No riot in history has ever actually withstood active duty forces. Go back to
Especially since the ones that-
1923. MacArthur was sent in to quell the bonus uprising in in DC. I think it was 23. It had to be 1923.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Didn't those Marines that went to LA, didn't they just fucking get back from Afghanistan or something?
No.
No, they're from
They're
29
2-7
palms.
out of 29 palms.
Yeah, didn't they just recently come back from a deployment?
They've
no.
been sitting around bored.
They're permanently stationed at 29 stumps.
Oh, okay. I
So
thought I heard that they just got back from the Middle East on the
2-7 is out of 29 palms.
LA is paradise compared to 29 palms.
I wouldn't know.
If all the
I wouldn't
Marines
either.
to be sent in, you
They
could have
had to
sent them
send
in
in
at
29
Pendleton.
palms.
No, he sent them in from 29 palms.
They also wanted to protest outside of Camp Pendleton.
That's a dumb idea.
Yeah, go for it.
Go right ahead.
Go
Because
right ahead.
I don't know the exact number of yardage or feet, but
The federal property extends beyond the gate.
beyond the gate. Yeah, I just don't know the exact.
Yeah, they've been there since yesterday.
Yeah,
The Marine, the
they've
2-7
already got
out
this.
of. That's because when the Marines deploy, they only deploy what's necessary.
They
When
don't
the
go by the fucking army.
when the Army
The
deploys,
army just deploys everybody.
we deploy everybody, including a Burger King within 48 hours anywhere in the world. That's why the Army is, in a lot of sense, the better fighting force. Because when we go,
But
we take
We're
everything
also,
we
like,
need.
5 times bigger than the Marine Corps, too.
The Marine Corps can take an island.
the army
The
can.
army could take a
The army.
continent.
The Army can take a continent.
But the army can't be deployed without an
An
act of
authorization
Congress.
of Congress.
The Marines
President
can be
can
let
use-
off the leash when
Hey,
they want.
hey, listen, motherfucker.
Look, it's better than MREs.
It's better than meals rejected by everybody and Haji food. When you're overseas and all you got is Chow Hall food and Burger King,
Burger King becomes your lifeline.
Burger King's
like
your
a
lifeline.
5-star deal.
Oh yeah, God yes.
I wouldn't really honestly know because Korean food is actually really fucking good. But I don't know. I miss Korean food.
What's kimchi like?
Never had it.
You suck.
Now stay where I.
But anyways, I find it funny. All these fucking liberals who have never served a day in uniform.
Oh, or screaming, remember your oaths and them? Like,
My oath
It's to
was
the Constitution first.
against all enemies, both foreign,
and domestic.
domestic. So if you're coming here and you're
Illegally.
waving around your fucking Mexican flag,
That's considered an invasion.
that's an invasion.
Mm-hmm.
When you only have two options, BK's the best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me pluck your ass up. We'll go to Iraq and we'll be there for 3 weeks, and you'll either live off MREs or Army Chow Hall food. That
Both-
Burger King will look fucking delicious.
And both of those two options are going to fucking tear your stomach up.
You could always give them the veggie omelet.
Oh.
Oh my god, don't even.
Oh.
I got stuck with that one last time. One time. No, one time.
The one
It was
with
the
Steve
worst
O'Rourke.
fucking experience of my life.
The one that's classified as a war crime
It fucking should be. Should be.
should be considered cruel and unusual punishment.
They make a vegetarian omelet, and it is so bad. I shit you not.
I'd rather eat dirt.
Seagulls won't even touch it.
I'd rather eat dirt.
A dog that eats its own shit won't even touch it.
It is
So bad
that
it
fuck. My first sergeant loved it.
Is he a psychopath?
He still had his draft card from when he was drafted in 1972.
Are you sure he was human?
I don't know, but he was cool as fuck.
He's an alien.
Or he's some kind of supernatural creature?
I don't know, but
Something.
that was his favorite. And I'm like, Top, you do
Okay.
realize seagulls don't eat that thing, right?
Better
And he's
could-
like, he looked at me, he goes, Benny, sometimes I really fucking hate you when it took the shit out of you.
Just don't forget about it in the freezer.
Hey, wrap. Get some paper towel wet, and then wrap the beer in the paper towel, and then throw it in the freezer and wait. I don't know, 5-6 minutes, or maybe 10 minutes, and it'll be frozen. But that same first sergeant kept on asking me when I was going to be promoted. I'm like, never. He's like, you do realize you have more time in service and more time in rank
That
than
half of the fucking NCOs.
3/4 of the NCOs in the battalion, right? I'm like, yeah, no, I know. He's like, well, then would you at least come to the NCO meetings? I'm like, no. It's not my job to babysit. That's yours. He's like, you know I can smoke the shit out of you, right? I'm like, yeah, but you're not going to, because I'm just going to walk away and hide in the motor pool for the rest of the fucking day where you're not going to come because you're going to be too busy dealing with babysitting duties, which isn't my job because, Benny, I fucking hate you.
So loud. as for what is going on in LA, it should never have gotten to this point.
No.
ICE wasn't actually conducting any raids until the governor said, "No, I'm not going to hand over the violent gang members."
What's really fucking hilarious about all of this is that, this would have never happened underneath Obama. Obama said, don't come here. Obama deported.
Oh, Seattle's involved with it now.
Well, Obama deported more
3 or 4
Clinton.
times
more
And Clinton
than Clinton
also deported a whole
and
bunch.
Junior combined. Biden just let him in.
But
So
again,
what's the fucking issue? It's because Orange Man bad.
Yep.
The only thing that Trump is doing is executing the law of the land. That's all he's doing.
Yep.
Yeah, I know there was people in Minnesota. They got themselves arrested because they were interfering with an actual raid for human trafficking and drug trafficking. Yeah. But
This
yeah,
is
no,
where the
it's-
Marines come in, and you tell them to fix bayonets, and you
They're
tell them
not
to...
going to fix bayonets.
Just let me finish.
They're trying to bring this down as peacefully
This
as
is how
quickly as
you
possible.
fucking do it. You tell them fix bayonets, and you put them, I don't know, 2 or 3 paces apart. That's about 6-7 feet apart. And then you scare the living shit out of the dissidents of LA, and wherever the fuck they have to go after that, you start telling them to sing the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse song from the 1960s, right out of the end of Full Metal Jacket, because that will scare the living bejesus out of everybody. And then you know who's going to come crawling out of the woodworking next? All the fucking combat veterans who remember their fucking oath, because we're going to be like, that's not fucking fair, you punk ass motherfuckers, we want in on this shit. Because I want to fix bayonets and start singing the Mickey Mouse theme song along with the fucking
Yeah,
Marines.
except that's not going to happen.
No.
No,
They've been
I know.
given non-lethals.
That is
take
a
them
very
down.
non-lethal way to do it, because the only way these motherfuckers will understand, hey, get the fuck out of the streets, is either by shooting them in the fucking face with beanbag rounds, because they like bags to the face, or psychological fucking warfare. And trust me, there is no greater psychological damage than seeing a bunch of faceless fucking Marines come at them with bayonets fixed, singing the cutest song of all time, MICKEYMOUSC, Mickey Mouse, Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, except these people they are not afraid. That's the problem.
No. 98% of them are afraid. It's only 2% that aren't.
And you
And
make
that's the
two
2% that is.
You hear Mickey Mouse
Big
come down
problem.
the street singing by Marines, they're going to be like, I saw this in a movie once. Shit.
And what
All of
happened to
their
the city that they were fucking
And what happened
walking
to the
through?
city they were in? It was fucking burning. Why? Because that's Way City in Tet 1968.
Except
oh,
LA's
yes.
already on fire.
Marines do really well in urban environments. Let's figure out. Way City, 1968. Oh yeah, Ramadi, fucking Fallujah.
I would like
They
to
lay
point
waste to everything they come in contact with.
out, referencing movie. I can't remember the name of the city, but Black Hawk Down was based in it.
Mogadishu.
Mogadishu. The Marines did really well in Mogadishu till the army did take over, and then all that shit went down.
Do you know why?
No, I don't.
Because Muhammad Fa'adid's son was a U.S. Marine.
I did not know that.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
That is why the Marines never came under fire when they were in Mogadishu. And as soon as the Marines pulled out, like they were supposed to, that is when the shit hit the fan. Because Muhammad Fa'adid was worried that
His son would be killed.
his son would be
That
killed.
makes sense. Okay.
Yes.
I didn't know
That
that.
is a very little known fact.
It's a nice piece of information. I didn't know that.
Yes. And Garrison kind of fucked up a little bit because he didn't let the Pakistanis and the 10th Mountain know he was going in, or else he would have had support. However, he did request AC-130 gunship support, and amongst other things. And guess who said fucking no? Bill
Clinton.
fucking Clinton. So it cost us 18 American lives. Fast forward to 2012, guess who's in office? Obama and Clinton. Guess what happens? Ambassador Christopher Stevens, Sean Smith, and the two CIA operators that are slipping my mind at the CIA annex who were begging for fucking help, and they're like, "Oh no, no, you're not supposed to be there. Fuck you."
Like, you didn't have to drop a bomb. Just do an aggressive fucking flyover with a couple of F-16s and call it fucking good. You ain't gotta fucking shoot any weapons.
I hate Democrats. Democrats are the scum of this fucking nation.
Democrats hate Democrats. That's the problem. But they won't admit that they hate themselves, so they just project it onto everybody else.
And then there's all this
There's only one president in the history of the world that united all the political parties. His name's Gerald Ford. Who's the other one?
FDR.
Oh, now World War II.
Kennedy. Kennedy didn't get to live to see it, though.
I wonder why.
He had a headache.
Just a little bit. He needed some ibuprofen.
But Ford did it because he was hated by everybody hated him.
He didn't even want the fucking job.
Well, that's because Agnew was the scapegoat for Watergate.
Yeah, then it came back on fucking Nixon anyway.
Yeah.
So.
But here's the fucked up part, right? If you look at what Nixon did back then and compare it to today, who the fuck cares? Everything's recorded.
I know.
Yeah,
Nixon just deleted 18 minutes of tape. I can delete 18 minutes of this fucking conversation and nobody will give a fuck.
Mm-mm.
Nixon broke into the Democratic Party headquarters at Watergate. They do it all the time. They waltz in freely. If anybody who deserves a fucking pardon nowadays, it's Richard Nixon.
Well, he got one anyway.
But I mean, from
But
history.
yeah,
from history. It's like, was it shady?
Yeah.
Oh,
probably.
fuck yeah.
100%.
But you're telling me the fucking Democrats weren't doing the same exact shit? They're
still doing the same
Let's
shit.
go back to the 1944 Democratic National Convention, where it was between Wallace and Truman. Because this is where history starts. Oh my god. It's conspiracy theories. I know we're supposed to be talking about LA, but I'm going off on a fucking tangent because my tism's coming in. Henry Wallace. Henry Wallace was FDR's VP from the very first election to his fourth term. Until Truman took over. Henry Wallace was... He was in charge of the Department of... Weaponized tism, motherfucker. Henry Wallace was a man who actually helped FDR turn this fucking country around because he helped develop the Department of Agriculture, Department of Education, maybe not education, but you fucking name it. I mean, that guy did so much for this country. And he's overlooked because of fucking Truman. You're talking about 3 terms as the same VP.
Mm-hmm.
Unheard of. Hold on.
Alright, we're gonna take a quick recess.
Hey,
Talk to Daddy.
let's make it quick. Daddy's Twitch broadcasting. found it.
Alright. And we're back.
Okay, anyways.
Sorry, we had a quick,
I had to take it at my daughter.
Yep.
So anyways, Henry Wallace. First term to third term. You have the 1944 DNC National Convention. Henry Wallace between Harry S. Truman, an unknown fucking senator or congressman, one of the two. I get them confused.
Someone who works in the Capitol.
From Missouri, where glass is thicker than yours. It's like fucking radar rally, right?
Radar's glasses aren't even that thick.
Yeah, radars are really thin.
Well, in the show, they say Coke bottle.
Never
glass.
watched Trailer Park Boys? Just use Bubbles as a reference.
Okay, so bubbles.
There you go.
Okay, and that's how thick Truman's was the size of bubbles. The first night went off without a hitch. Up until the end, where it was Henry Wallace. And all of a sudden, somebody said Harry Truman. Henry Wallace was supposed to be FDR's running mate for the 44 election. Until somebody said Harry Truman, and then the microphone fucking cut out. Nobody liked Henry Wallace at the end because they were all big business magnates. So they wanted somebody in there they could control, which was Harry S. fucking Truman. 44 rolls around, FDR gets the nomination and the election. Wallace is out, Truman is in. FDR dies, April 45. Guess who's president? Truman. The rest is fucking history. Korea happens. Indochina happens. Because the thing is, if anybody just hear knocking?
I heard knocking.
I heard knocking.
Hand me that.
Oh, whatever it wasn't.
Okay.
It
was
wasn't enough to
leading
trip the
into-
dogs.
Oh,
so.
okay. Yeah, you heard it too.
It could just be the old Victorian ladies.
He ain't coming in, I can tell you that. It was 3 knocks. It was.
That was
You
a dog
fucking
herd.
hear that?
Oh no, Indy's over here sleeping, so.
Indy's higher than a kite.
He's on pain meds, and then we just gave him CBD gummies, so he's in La La Land.
But in the 20th century, their biggest betrayal happens at the 44 DNC, where Henry Wallace was supposed to be FDR's running mate for the 4th fucking time. And they...
No, they don't.
They don't come
3
in.
separate knocks. They do
They
knock with
They
a
don't
battering
knock
ram.
it off.
They do. It's just one knock
Yeah, with a ram.
with a battering ram. That's a knock.
Zoomed out again.
Motherfucker. Quit possessing my fucking camera, please.
Because if Henry Wallace was POTUS in 45, chances are the bomb would have never been dropped. And Japan would have surrendered anyways. And this... Okay. So here's where Nick and I, as in the fat electrician, will never agree. Because I love him to death. He's a great historian. But he still doesn't dig deep enough. Should the bomb have been dropped? Fuck yeah, test that shit out. We gotta see what it does on people anyways. I mean, how else are we gonna know what the greatest weapon of mankind does? But
Yeah.
did it need to be dropped? No. Emperor Hirohito was actually taking back control of his government from Prime Minister Tojo, who was also head of the army at the time. Because Tojo was controlling fucking everything. Because Tojo's biggest adversary during World War II was the Navy. Who was the Navy's biggest spokesman up until 1943? Admiral Yamamoto.
Yeah.
Who did we kill with a couple P-38s?
Admiral Yamamoto.
Admiral Yamamoto. What happened when Admiral Yamamoto was killed? The Navy started going fucking downhill because Yamamoto was like, I can guarantee you 6 months of victory. What happened 6 months after Pearl Harbor? June 42, fucking Battle of Midway.
Yeah.
6 months. Yamamoto was like, I can guarantee you 6 months of victory. He kind of fucked up. And he knew it. Well, he didn't fuck up. Nagumo fucked up with his carrier forces because Nagumo was an old ancient motherfucker who
Thought he knew better.
who thought he knew better and didn't believe in the impossibility of the unpredictable, which, well, the
Was
American...
the United States fucking military.
That's the entire... Because, I mean, what's the old saying? If we don't know what we're doing, the enemy's not going to either, so I think we're kind of safe on that bet.
Yeah.
Have you ever met anybody in active duty side or even the reserve side actually admit we know what the fuck we're doing? Nope. We just kind of show up and say, yeah, fuck
This
it.
looks right.
I guess I'm doing this. I mean, I think I'm doing it right.
It kind of makes sense.
I haven't gotten yelled at yet, so.
Yeah. So if the enemy doesn't know what we're doing, and we don't know what we're doing, you can't second guess us.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah, 5 years.
Hirohito
Yeah.
is taking back control of the Imperial Palace from the army and from Tojo. Tojo is on his way out. Hirohito is entering secret talks with U.S. government under FDR.
Mm-hmm.
He's suing for peace because Tojo is like, active duty return, we definitely don't know what we're doing.
Where's the lie?
Yeah, there's no lie
There's
there.
no lie.
So, fuck. He's entering secret negotiations under FDR. And FDR is suing for peace. Because FDR doesn't even fucking know if the Manhattan Project's going to work.
Nobody does.
Nobody does. Here's the thing. What costs more? The atomic bomb or the actual delivery system of the atomic bomb? Which was
Delivery system.
the delivery system of the fucking weapon. The B-29 costs more to develop and produce than the fucking bomb itself. And we're going to produce 2 of them. Well, 3 of them. Anyways, FDR dies. Doesn't tell anybody. He's in talks with Hirohito. Truman comes along. This racist ass motherfucker from Missouri is like, I don't give a shit. Drop that fucker. Twice. So we do. The Japanese Tojo takes over from Hirohito yet again. And they're like, yeah, we're not going to surrender. Until, and this is where Nick gets it wrong, because the Japanese were pretty much wiped out.
Mm.
Mainland Japan, if you want to call it mainland Japan, even though it's a fucking island, is invaded in April of 45. April Fools, motherfuckers. We're going to send the Marines and the Army to Okinawa on April Fool's Day, 1945. Yeah, steak and eggs for everybody. First entity to invade mainland Japan. We dropped the bomb in August. They don't decide to quit until the Russians invade fucking Manchuria.
Then they decide that maybe surrendering might be a good idea.
They're like, maybe this is a good idea.
Yeah.
So for him to come out and say, oh, it wasn't the Russians that actually capitulated the war. It was the Americans. No, actually, they could have held out. Because it would have taken 1 million lives.
Yeah.
It really would have. According to all the historians and all the military analysis from back then and up to today, it would have taken 1 million casualties, whether it's dead or wounded, to take mainland Japan.
Because the Japanese see surrender as a dishonor.
Yeah.
Death is honorable, surrender is not.
I mean, the last holdout, the last fucking Japanese holdout surrendered in 1976.
Yeah. Because they didn't believe that
The war
Japan
was
would
over.
surrender.
Is he not looking at that fucking part of history? Because
No.
he does amazing fucking videos.
Oh, he does, yeah.
But he overlooks a lot of shit. He's nitpicking. And it pisses me off. And I fucking hope to God you're looking at this. Because you and I need to do a fucking...
I highly doubt he's on.
I fucking hope to God one day... Huh?
I've given up. I don't
Given up?
care anymore.
What?
About the camera. I don't care.
Camera's possessed.
Indeed. Our house is.
I hope
You
one
know.
day he actually fucking looks at this video and goes, that motherfucker just called me out. We got to get him on the show.
doubt it.
I doubt it too, but oh well.
It would be cool, yes, but not likely. But no.
Although him and I will always agree on communism. Communism fucking sucks.
It only works on paper.
It
and
works
even
on
then, it
paper.
only barely works.
And even then it only barely works.
But, no. As far as all the ICE raids going on around the country, at least the ones in California, we're originally not looking for the little old ladies who had overstayed their welcome, or
Nobody cares
They-
about a little old lady. They
or-
care about
or-
MS-13
or the-
motherfuckers who rape little girls.
or the people
Or boys,
who,
for that matter.
or the people who are just trying to fly under the radar. They weren't looking for them, but because Newsom decided he wasn't going to turn them over to law enforcement,
It's because Newsom's a Peter Puffer.
and he didn't want to turn them over. ICE had no choice but to start conducting
Yeah.
raids. And now people are going through, and of course they're bitching. There are people saying that ICE is pulling people out of their immigration hearings in courthouses, and it's like, no, if ICE is pulling you out of an immigration courthouse hearing, that means you have something come back on your background check.
I mean, that's generally what
We
they
had
do.
ICE here, PD, and people I know say, but it wasn't definitely. What? I gotta find my glasses.
Here,
Yeah, put this in front of me.
you can be the mod today. You can be today's mod.
I can be the I'm fucking buzzed and high at the same fucking time.
Oh
so
shit,
yeah,
Sherlock. You can be the mod.
I took a gummy earlier to get rid of the back pain, and now I'm drinking.
Yeah. About to fall asleep.
Who you?
Yeah.
I have rippets.
Oh, I'm good.
Do you want to
No,
rip it?
he
Not-
seriously.
Dude,
I
does.
know he does. I know he does.
No, go check the refrigerator.
I really believe that.
I bought Dollar General out of their fucking rippets.
I
Dollar
believe
Tree. Dollar Tree. He sent the picture.
Stand by.
But yeah, no.
Yeah, that's not ice. Ice doesn't use that shit. That's SWAT. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, SWAT's different.
Oh, that's 100%. Nope, ice. That shit, they don't use them wraps and
No. They're not as heavily armed as... They're a federal agency, but they're not as heavily armed as, say, a SWAT team is. But because they're federal agents, they don't necessarily need a SWAT team. But no, there was... I don't know if anybody's seen it on TikTok or not, but people sitting in their cars, more specifically liberals sitting in their cars with a soundbite of a little girl screaming and calling for her mother, trying to claim that that's from the LA riots.
Yeah.
It's not. It's from a movie. The soundbite that they are using of a little girl calling for her mother in Spanish is from a movie. I don't remember the name of the movie, but it is from a movie. And
No, feds don't use MRAPs. That's local PD.
they're sitting there going through and they're going through and they're saying, oh, how does it feel to separate families? It's like, yet it was under your holier than thou Biden that had so many family members die in a hospital bed alone during COVID because their families weren't allowed to visit. So many people were kept in isolation during COVID with no one allowed to visit. Only allowed to see people via video chat.
Actually,
People were
yeah.
kept away from their loved ones as they suffered in hospitals during COVID. But
That's because COVID wasn't about the fucking virus. COVID was about
It was
how
about
much
control.
control the government could get away with.
before people revolted.
Yeah, it didn't take that long. It was maybe 3 months, which is 3 months too fucking long.
But
Well,
everybody wants to go through and
And actually,
blame...
you can't see ICE because, well, one, you're on a
underway.
fucking ship, and two, ICE has no jurisdiction on a naval fucking destroyer.
And all these people going through and saying that some of these illegals being deported are from the military because they haven't gotten their citizenship yet. That's on that individual, because the U.S. military, regardless of branch, will fast track you. You'll get your citizenship pretty quick if you join the military. Any branch will do.
Actually, USPS has their own fucking SWAT team,
Yeah.
Yeah.
The mailmen have their own police.
which is why I
wild.
don't know.
Because it is a federal agency.
NOAA has their
Can't
own
be
fucking-
sending them letters through FedEx anymore, man.
Yeah, I know, right?
Fucking postal
They're a
inspectors come beat down
federal
your road.
agency.
The damn fucking ATF.
That is why they get their own SWAT team, because it is a federal offense for you to open something from the mail addressed to me.
Yeah. Unless I have your permission.
It's illegal for him to open it, and vice versa.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is... What nobody from the left is choosing.
Hey, want to
To
go on
under-
a suicide mission?
No, you're not going on a suicide mission.
To protect a friend.
You're not going on a suicide mission.
Well, she says I'll die if I go down there, so that sounds like a fucking challenge to me.
And you have 3 little girls who would find a way to resurrect you.
Exactly. So I can't fucking die. I'm immortal.
You realize you'd be an absolute... By the terms of necromancy, you would be an absolute slave to 3 little girls. One is a
I
teenager.
already am.
One is a teenager.
I literally already am. I don't see a problem here.
Except you have absolutely no free will. That means no more nicotine.
They can't take that away from me.
No more
That's part of my
booze.
blood. I don't drink that much anyways. As I'm on my 5th White Claw.
No more caffeine.
I
Still
mean,
want to get resurrected?
I'll be healthy.
No, the fuck you won't.
I mean, no nicotine, no caffeine, no booze.
Anyway, what's the suicide mission?
Somebody's following Morgan.
Let's just say that on a live broadcast, why don't you? Granted, there's only 2 people watching, but that's at the point here.
Someone with her. Jesus.
I didn't mean to throw that hard.
Anyway, on to the actual topic at hand.
I'm driving.
Being fucking Maryland by this late tomorrow morning. With the way you fucking drive. Jesus.
Tops out at 100 mile an hour.
You get a tune to remove that, Governor. It'll go up.
It's an Allison 1000 transmission. I don't want it removed.
No, it'll blow up.
Dude, 20,000 pound towing capacity? I don't want it fucking removed.
But, yeah. The main issue about what is going on in LA and why it is considered a riot and not a peaceful protest.
Wait,
because
is this the same people who declared the George Floyd protest peaceful? So they had their hands up their
They also tried
asses?
to claim the 1993.
Hey, Anthony, you see that little light switch over there with the light bar? Turn that on, would you please?
The 1993?
92.
92
I was
riot?
7.
Bless you.
Follow the cord.
On the light bar, honey.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a little bit better. But the problem is they don't know the difference between, because riots are not protected.
No,
They are not protected
because it's not a peaceful
because it's
assembly.
not. Anything with violence is not protected. under the First
Motherfucker.
Amendment.
You good?
I don't know.
And that's what
Benadryl.
that's what they're trying to claim, is that this is peaceful. This is a peaceful protest. And no, it's not.
Jesus Christ, like, what the fuck happened?
I don't know. I live in Michigan where she can't keep up her... It's literally right there underneath the fucking Band-Aid.
I thought I put it back in the drawer. Because everybody else's definition of peaceful and the left's definition of peaceful aren't even close.
I'll
Right.
take Benadryl with alcohol because that makes fucking sense.
Only one doesn't do shit. If I take 2, I'm knocked the fuck out.
If he takes 2, even with water, he's knocked the fuck out. So, but peaceful means nothing gets broken, nothing gets lit on fire,
No, you obey
and nobody
the
stands
law.
in the middle of the fucking road. You can stand there and chant, or you can sit there and be silent. But once you start throwing things like...
No, I couldn't fucking breathe, you fucking tool.
But once you start throwing Molotov cocktails, empty bottles...
Molotov cocktail.
Empty bottles, bricks, and start trashing people's vehicles, you're no longer a peaceful protester. You are now a rioter.
You're a dissident.
And
You're a domestic fucking terrorist.
no, you're a rioter. Now,
You're
as
a
for
fucking
why you
tool.
started everything, depends on exactly what type of rioter you fall into. Because there are some people that are part of the LA riots that aren't even that don't really care.
Am I the only one who wants to go over there and set up lawn chairs and
No, I want to
bleachers
go
and
over.
tickets?
I want to go over and pop popcorn and sit and watch as the Marines go through and peacefully disassemble the riot. But the thing is, and it's something a lot of people never understand. And there's something that I also want an answer to. Why is it that every other country in the world can have strict immigration laws.
But the U.S. Who
But
knows?
the U.S. is allowed. But the U.S. has to have her borders wide open. It's the same goes for because the same thing that I want an answer to involves Israel. Why is every other country in the world allowed to defend itself from a retaliation attack, but Israel's not allowed to? In the news today, there are two countries that are being told to bend over and grab their ankles.
The United States and Israel, because Israel just launched attacks on fucking Iran.
In Tehran, yeah. And their Iron Dome just intercepted a bunch of shit from Tel Aviv.
And we're getting criticism because we want to make our own Iron Dome defense, which is fucking
They're
brilliant.
gonna call it the Golden Dome.
Well, we kind of had one already. It was called the Chrome Dome.
But the U.S. is not allowed to defend itself.
Oh, no,
and
of course
neither
not.
is Israel. Both of them are supposed to bend over and take it.
Oh.
But see, there are other protests going on around the world now, too. Ireland's up in arms over Palestine being in...
No, Ireland's up in arms because they've been hammered and absolutely fucking hammered with Muslims coming into their fucking country over the past decade.
and
Because it's
they're-
no longer an Irish culture. It is a Muslim culture. And trust me, you start fucking with the Irish, and we're going to start fucking with you back.
The UK...
Fuck the UK.
England is...
England
Last
is
I had
lost.
heard... Yeah, England is lost. They are people getting arrested for silently praying.
Not to Muhammad, but to a Christian God.
There was somebody who...
Because Sharia
was-
law has taken over fucking England.
There was a...
Which is fucking bullshit.
There was a dad. There was a story going around. There was a dad who was outside of a Planned Parenthood in the UK. His wife had a miscarriage. Not an abortion.
I am
She had had
way
an
too sober
absolute...
for this fucking shit.
She had had a legitimate miscarriage. Planned Parenthood does deal with miscarriages.
Yeah.
They deal with...
They do other shit than just abortions.
They're...
Birth control.
They're an all-inclusive OBGYN.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Abortion just happens to be one of the things they
okay,
do.
Hold on. Let's go on record and say, I am a conservative and a Republican, and even I endorse Planned Parenthood. However, I do not, repeat, do not endorse abortion as a form of fucking birth control. Let's put that out there. And it's on the record now. Because if anybody comes back and says anything otherwise, I can say, oh yeah, look at my fucking Twitch video. You can go fuck yourself.
But
It's on the record.
he had lost his... I think they had lost their son because they just found out she was 20 weeks along.
And just out of curiosity, for a guy who doesn't know the size, how big is 20 weeks?
20
It's a
weeks.
decent size.
Yeah.
As somebody who's had 3 kids, I don't even, yeah, that's bad. I'm sorry.
20 weeks
That's a heartbeat.
is non-viable. But that is...
It's not going to survive.
They are well enough developed that you can tell whether or not they're a boy or a girl.
Yeah, all mine
That's
were
your anatomy scan. It's usually when a woman goes in to get her anatomy scan done.
Yep.
They also take measurements as well. It is a pivotal. But they had found out they had lost their son about 2 weeks later.
Yeah, I remember those
Medical
ones. That's-
medical complication. They ended up having to do a DNC, which is billed as an abortion. Because unlike taking like the abortion pill, it just kills the cells and you just pass it naturally, as if it's basically just a bad period. 20 weeks, you have to go into surgery to have the baby removed. But it's called a DNC, and it is medically coded.
Ashley, talk some sense in that fucking bitch.
It is coded as an
What
abortion.
now? Oh, they're trying to pull the phone again.
So, by medical definition, she had technically had an abortion, even though
Hold on
the
a second.
baby
Is
had
that the F-14 Tomcat above? Are you talking?
Yes, it is the F-14.
Yeah, right there.
This one?
Because that's the F-14.
That one is the 14. Yes.
But he was standing outside of the Planned Parenthood clinic where he had lost his very much wanted son. Very much wanted.
Yeah, that's a Tomcat. That's a F-14D painted in the Green Reapers.
And
Sorry.
he was saying a silent prayer. He wasn't saying anything out loud. He had just bowed his head and said a silent prayer. For the son he had just fucking lost. And he was arrested. He was arrested for praying. Now, it's according to the story. I couldn't find anything else more, so I honestly don't know how true it is. But it was also showing things where there are supposedly no prayer zones within a certain distance away from certain buildings. That included... Sit your ass down.
Don't you fucking dare! Don't you fucking dare! Oh, you motherfucker! You motherfucker! You
Sit.
motherfucker!
Sit
no,
your
no.
ass down.
Don't you fucking dare! You fucking fuck you! Fuck you and your fucking F-35 fucking bullshit! You, yeah, F-35. Oh my god! Nope. Nope. She started a fight.
No, she didn't.
She started a fight.
Sit, children.
She started a fight.
Children.
You might want to read that one.
No. No. The first movie I ever watched, the F-14 one, in was not Top Gun. It was not Top Gun. No, it was the Final Countdown with Kirk Douglas, Martin Sheen. So, fuck off.
Children.
With VF-84, the Jolly fucking Rogers. That was the first movie I ever watched the F-14 in. Not Top Gun, but the Final fucking Countdown.
Children.
Not Top Gun.
Children.
You are 2 years younger than me, you fucking bitch.
Children. Girls. You're both pretty.
She's gonna get her ass kicked. I don't care if she is a fucking Mustang. She is dumber than shit.
You're girls. You're both pretty.
All of that fucking... You're blown out from all that fucking farm equipment you fucked. Damn, that was bad.
Oh my god.
I've been drinking, bitch. It's on.
Are we done, children?
Nope. We're just getting started.
Ask those two.
Because you can ask her. Because that old adage, once you go black, you never go back, is bullshit. Because I cured that fucking disease real quick in a heartbeat.
Would you like to get stabbed with a feather pen?
At this point, I want to fucking feel it.
No, I haven't even written with it yet. It's very pretty.
Actually, I have. Oh, I gotta get up anyways. I can't feel my leg.
Yeah, I got a steampunk.
the feather pen.
I got him his
Looks
own.
like you write with just like a fancy little pen.
It is fancy.
Ashley's talking shit.
We were talking about how England is lost. That's how we got there, and about how all the Muslim
The
refugees.
F-35 is a fucking padded piece of fucking pork. Oh my fucking god. No.
Oh look, it's an F-15.
No, it's on the bench. No,
Thought
it is.
that one was the
It is
F-14.
not. The
No, it's that
F-14.
one over there.
The F-14 had the
okay.
better fucking radar, the better fucking
Does that mean
missiles.
That's the F-35.
No, that's a P-51.
Oh yeah, I did do. Oh yeah, I do.
The F-35 is superior in like RCS only. That's it. If the F-16 can beat an F-35 in a dogfight, there's something wrong.
Okay, I'll back the F-35 on that. The F-35 is severely handicapped in that dogfight.
How so?
It was not allowed to use its full stealth capabilities, and it had to be line of sight only.
Are you talking about the F-35 dogfight or the F-22 dogfight?
No, it was the F-35. It had to be line of sight only.
Are you talking about the F-22 versus the Rafael
No,
dogfight?
No, it's the F-35 and the F-16.
Well,
They had to have maintained visual.
were
Line of sight.
they talking about a BVR dogfight or an actual dogfight guns only?
Actual dogfight, and the F-35 was not allowed to use its missiles. Gun only, no stealth mode.
Well,
The F-16 was allowed to use guns and missiles. So you can't really say the F-35 would lose. If it was allowed to use full stealth mode, maybe it would have won.
It would be an interesting thing to see be done.
because honestly, because even with its capabilities, I will give credit where credit is due. The F-35 is superior in stealth to the Viper. Yes.
It's superior to any jet besides the F-22 in stealth.
Yeah. However, when it comes to turning and burning in a dog fight,
Oh, the F-16 is way more maneuverable.
to anything.
If the F-16 Viper gets its eyes on the 35, the 35 will probably lose.
Yes.
But if the 35 is allowed to run full stealth,
But
it'll
here's
drop on that
the
Viper
thing.
accident.
Like I think I was explaining this to you, or you explained it to somebody else. When it comes down to the 22 and the 57.
I sent the screenshot to you.
Yeah, you sent the screenshot. You explained it to somebody else.
Yeah, because they were like, the 57 is so much better. It's like, one, it's RCS about the size of a fucking B-52, so the thing's massive.
No, actually, the RCS is relatively small
Okay.
for a Russian fighter. It's not the size of a B-52 because a B-52 is about the size of a fucking Empire State Building. The 57 is about the size as I want to say the B1. It's relatively small, believe it or not. However, BVR, beyond visual range, which is where they think everything is going to happen. The 22 is dominant, hands down.
Yeah, but in up close and personal, the 22 and the 57, it's going to come down to the pilot.
The pilot. Now, if they went into full production of the Su-37 Terminator, which is based on the Su-27, the 30 series.
I'm just looking at a picture of the 37.
Basically an Su-27 with canards, a little bit big. The Su-37 was actually the first. They were developing thrust.
Okay.
Yeah,
I got a picture.
yeah, it's a big fucking bitch.
Most Russian jets are fucking big.
They're big, well, because they're meant to take off from improvised runways. That's the difference. Their engine nacelles are further apart, and their landing gear is much bigger because they're meant to take off from improvised runways. You can see the flames coming out of my fucking head. Believe it or not, that Terminator is very stealthy for its shape. Maneuverability, that Terminator will outturn that Raptor. But it all comes down to, guess what? That fucking pilot. Yeah. Now, with everybody buying up the F-35, it's like there is no more competition. It's either everybody's going to engage BVR or everybody's going to come down to a, guess what? World War II dogfight.
Yeah.
And so what is the point of fucking stealth?
At that point, nothing.
Exactly.
If you have a visual contact between two pilots, stealth means absolutely nothing.
And if everybody's flying an F-35, it's going to be like, okay, are they ours or theirs? Because it's okay, we hacked into their IFF, identification friend or foe. We can say, okay, we're now friendly forces. We're going to shoot missiles at them. Why are we getting shot at by friendly forces? We have to get it in within visual range. What's behind F-35s? F-16s. Once the F-35s peel off, F-16s are come in and just run circles around you. The age of stealth is mystified beyond fucking doubt. I'm so fucking sick of it. Yes, you are absolutely 100% correct.
Yeah?
Because, I mean, look at what they're doing to the F-15. The thing is 40, 50 years old.
And it still dominates the fucking skies.
104 to 0.
Mm-hmm.
It can fly with one fucking wing miss and make it home. The Israelis proved that.
Yeah.
And they just came up, they have 15.
It's a rocket with wings. That's all it is.
Pretty much.
With someone to be able to control it.
That's
The F-16.
runs on faith, trust, and pixie dust.
The F-16 is basically an F-15 minus
Mini.
one engine.
It's a mini F-15. It's the same engine.
Exactly. So why is the Air Force trying to retire the F-16?
Because they don't want to deal with it anymore?
It's less maintenance costs. It doesn't make any sense.
Who the fuck said the federal government made sense?
Yeah, no, it's not the federal government. It's the Air Force.
Okay, who the fuck said the Air Force
It's
makes
the
any
same
sense?
bean counters in the Air Force that say we don't want the A-10 anymore because we don't want to do close air support missions with the best fucking
comes
thing
down to-
that was ever invented to kill hordes of fucking tanks.
Well, look at it this way. If shit keeps going the way it's going, and it won't happen, but let's say we do end up in another fucking war, and we're against Russia for whatever fucking reason. What is Russia's main fucking battle doctrine? Throw your equipment at it till you achieve your goal, right?
The same thing.
They
it's
do
been.
armor columns going to the objectives. That is an A-10 Warthog's wet fucking dream is an armor column.
Their philosophy was quantity
Over
has
quality.
Quality.
no quantity has a quality of its own.
Yeah.
They could do it.
Yeah, but if they fucking throw enough bodies in it, I guess you could do it, but you'll end up looking at another fucking Stalingrad.
In 89 or 91, between those 3 years, Tom Clancy wrote a book called Red Storm Rising.
I'm familiar of the book. I've never read it. But I know the book.
Very good book. It's where, I want to say in Kazakhstan, Islamic extremists take over a oil refinery and blow up the fucking shit. And that causes the Politburo and the senior Soviet leadership to say, fuck it, we have to take over. And decide to launch into the West. Yes. I get a lot of my fucking military information from... I got a lot of my information from Tom Clancy when he was still alive. He passed away in 2012. Which happens to be the same fucking year my daughter died. Maybe the world did end when my first daughter was dead and we're just living in a simulation. Anyways, they decided to invade the West. Not only that, but they decided to invade Greenland at the same time. They actually made it to the fucking Rhine. And that's where you hear the F-119 stealth, because at the time the 117 wasn't fully fucking developed because it was before the first Gulf War. So I think it was 89 or 90. That's how much this man fucking knew. Which is fucking scary for a tax accountant.
Yeah.
Meh.
Yeah, it was 89. Because in 91 we had the 120s on the Abrams and we started producing them in 89. So the first initial production of the M1s was the 105 rifled. We didn't put in the M256s until 89. Yeah, okay. So we get pushed back from the Fulda Gap. And we don't use tactical nukes because, well, nobody's that fucking retarded. Nobody wants to use nukes in a conventional war.
No. The only person I know of that has ever launched an ICBM non-nuclear is Russia.
North Korea.
Well, I guess another country. North Korea do that?
We test them all the time.
Yeah, so does everyone and their brother.
Yeah.
But Russia launched one non-nuclear ICBM against Ukraine.
That's because NATO has failed.
NATO's a pile of fucking horse shit.
NATO needs to be fucking disbanded, is what it needs to be.
Considering its job is done, the USSR
NATO
is
succeeded in its fucking mission. Nothing is real as a dream. The world can change around you, but your dream will not. Your life may change, but your dream doesn't have to. Responsibilities need not erase it. Duties need not obscure it. What book is that from? I gotta piss.
I'm gonna Google that.
Yeah. Oh, I just cracked my back.
I heard that. I heard that.
It
That's.
did not feel good.
I would imagine it wouldn't. No.
That fucking hurt.
Yeah, I'd imagine it would. Ow. I got the hiccups and they hurt. But yeah, no. I completely lost my train of thought. Because we went from talking about today's subject to now
Yeah.
we're all the way in fucking planes. And I don't see the connection. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Like, at all. But I mean, I don't know. I just kind of wish more people would actually do research on whatever the fuck they're talking about. Or think they're talking about before they make asses of themselves. Of course,
Yeah.
I don't understand how these people can get on social media like TikTok and Facebook and Instagram, record the video.
Fuck!
Are you good?
No, I just hit my toe on the fucking wheels of the chair and it hurt.
I bet it did.
No, it did not feel great.
But I don't understand how these people can go through, record these over-the-top reaction videos with them crying and wailing and screaming at their camera. Look at that video and go, yeah, let's post that.
Which interview? Was that actually from Clancy? There used to be this country called the Soviet Union. It's not there anymore. Our technology is... Well, yeah, no shit. It fell in 91. December of fucking 91.
What's up?
As Gorbachev said, the true fall of the Soviet Union was Chernobyl.
That's currently in what's now Ukraine.
Actually, the true fall of the Soviet Union wasn't Chernobyl. That was,
just what he
86.
said in an interview.
The true fall of the Soviet Union was...
Remember, Russians lie.
The true fall of fucking the Soviet Union was Afghanistan.
I mean, I could see it.
Chernobyl just added gasoline to that fucking fire.
That was just drop the fucking...
That dropped the fucking nuke.
Yeah, and it just boiled over from there.
Yeah.
But Chernobyl wasn't their worst fucking leak.
Ashley went to Chernobyl.
Ashley went to fucking Chernobyl?
Huh?
Okay, wait. Was it Chernobyl or Pripyat?
Chernobyl is the power plant.
Yeah, Pripyat's the city. I
Yeah.
don't know,
It's the
whatever
city.
she fucking says. I know
Because
she went to Ukraine, it was like 2000.
Because Chernobyl is safe. Pripyat? Not so much.
There are people who, if you look up their pictures online, there is a highly radioactive crane claw.
What?
A crane claw, one of the like.
Yeah,
There are people who will get inside of that claw.
and sit in it and take pictures. Yeah, it's the
Sit in
dumbest
it.
fucking idea you can do because it's
Take
one of the
pictures
most radioactive pieces of
outside of
equipment.
the outside of the elephant foot, out in the reactor itself.
I just want some of the fucking military equipment that's sitting around.
You mean the shit that's highly radioactive?
It's not that radioactive. It's been 30 fucking years, 40 fucking years.
If you
It's dissipated.
If you touch half that shit, you've got a lethal amount of radiation.
Pripyat and Reactor 4. Wasn't it Reactor 3 that
No, it
fucking
was
blew?
4.
It was
it
4.
4?
Reactor 4 is what exploded. Tell me, how does an RBMK reactor explode?
Boron. You know what's really
They
fucked up?
cut corners.
The RBMK reactors were in the Alpha class fucking submarines that they used.
On paper,
It's perfect.
the RBMK reactor is the most beautiful, efficient, best reactor you can get. With the, like, I'll even quote the series, why are reactors safer in the West than they are over here? Because the West has containment, we do not, because it's cheaper. The whole model of the Soviet Union, cheaper.
Yep.
They cut corners. The control rods, I believe, were the wrong element as well.
Well,
No, they
no.
were the right ones. They were
They're-
tipped with like this much
Yeah.
Boron.
So
it was
as
the
soon as
boron.
that rod goes down,
Yeah.
what does boron do? Speeds up the reaction. So as soon as that boron went in there, sped it up.
For a microsecond.
That's all it fucking takes.
And that's all
it's
it
a
takes.
microsecond.
All it takes is a
and the
microsecond.
What
skeleton
was
crew
it?
that
The
they
fucking
had.
reactor recorder sending over 30,000 megawatts? Last recorded.
I
I
think so.
don't
It was-
remember.
and
It was only designed to operate at like
Insane.
8,000 or something like that.
It was an obscene amount, but it was only for a second, and that's
Yeah.
all,
And that's
it,
all
took.
it took. And they were not. It was a skeleton crew. They were not
We're
trained
running
on
a safety
safety
test. A safety test on a reactor that's already been open for 4 fucking years.
And if you look at the comparison between Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island,
3 Mile Island was contained quick, fast, and in a hurry.
yes.
Yeah.
And how many accidents have we had on nuclear aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines?
Big fat fucking zero.
Yes. So, what's the fucking problem here, liberals and
Nothing.
environmentalists? Because
Nuclear
the United
energy.
States Navy has been doing it since 1955.
The thing is
Nuclear
that
energy
liberals
is the
also
most
lean
efficient,
into
safe, cleanest form of energy you can have. Well, nuclear fission is right now, but as soon as we somehow figure out how to do nuclear fusion,
Oh,
then
God.
that would be the best form of energy we could fucking
the
get.
other thing is a lot of them are also leaning into Hollywood's version of the nuclear waste. With
Yeah,
the big
a green
5
fucking
mi-
sludge that comes
green
out.
sludge.
That's not
Fine.
even true. Most of the nuclear waste actually goes to medical applications.
Mhm.
MRIs, CAT scans,
X-rays.
X-rays, you
Those-
name it.
The stuff inside the MRIs that spin on with those magnets,
Magnetic resonance imager.
that's fucking uranium in there. I mean, not all of it's uranium, but you get what I'm saying.
And then the weapon application, depleted uranium. I mean, fuck.
Look at
The
the,
three-
A-10. Depleted uranium rounds.
And the M829A3, the 3-foot long uranium dart that shoots out the fucking
Mm-hmm.
Abrams. That's fucking beautiful because it just makes people a pink mist
Yeah.
and leaves the fucking vehicle alone. I mean, it doesn't get any more beautiful than that.
But
Just think Marie Curie for that. She gave her life for it, and her books are still fucking radioactive as hell. But that bitch gave her life for, the greater good.
So do those people who were standing around the Demon Core when they opened that shit up.
oh god, that was a big mistake.
Dumbest fucking idea. Today.
With a Craftsman fucking screwdriver, may I add.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just, what happens if I open this up? Like, I watched the video over. As soon as that core separates, the camera got completely fuzzy. It was like, you're all dead.
And then he almost dropped it and sticks a Craftsman screwdriver in between the demon core and everything else. And it's like,
It's like, you guys are dead in like 20 fucking minutes.
within years.
Yeah.
It was
no lived
one guy
past
was
like
dead
5
within
years.
weeks, the other guy was dead within months, and the furthest from the back, from the front
It was like 3 years or something.
3
like that.
years or some fucking
No
shit.
one lived over 5 years after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was a fuck ton of
That was the
radiation.
third bomb.
Yeah.
And
And eventually, I
One
think
thing I will say about the series Chernobyl, when they were going through the hospital and seeing all those people, like, they nailed radiation sickness really fucking good.
oh yeah, it's
The
not
way their bodies looked and everything else, like, that's fucking, the blistering and everything else, like, that's fucking good research.
the nausea, the vomiting, the loss of hair, everything.
I'm not worried about radiation sickness because if I have stage 4 cancer, I'm not going through any fucking treatments.
No. Done.
Let
I'm
me
doing
live
what
out
that
my life.
fucking 96-year-old dude did in fucking Columbiaville 2 weeks ago. He got diagnosed with stage 4 brain and bone cancer
Oh,
and
fuck
stage
that.
2 prostate cancer. He wedged his fucking shotgun in a tree and blew his head off. It's like, well, all right.
Actually, cancer is not my biggest fear.
No.
Dementia, schizophrenia, and Alzheimer's.
You're already past the threshold for when schizophrenia tends to show.
How do you know I don't have it already?
That's just called psycho.
But schizophrenia
Maybe
does
I'm
show
the
up.
one. Maybe I'm the one who is the schizophrenic psycho. Yeah.
No, you're just a different kind of crazy. You said your name on that dotted line. That's the kind of crazy you are. All three of us are that kind of
With
crazy.
the promise of free health care in the military, it's the worst fucking health care you could ever get.
But it's free.
But
No.
it's free.
No, that's not crazy. That is going above and beyond what any other fucking person would do. And we all know,
It's called the 1% for a reason.
we would fucking do it again in a heartbeat.
I want
Granted,
to go through boot camp.
granted,
It's fun.
Granted, I would not join the fucking army. I would join the fucking Air Force.
Me, my ASVAB score was high enough.
I can't take a test.
I'm only
so.
saying that because of how the way I feel physically.
No, but you wanted to play with engines.
Actually, no, my dumbass probably would have joined the fucking Marine Corps. Because...
I'd be twice as fucked up as you are now.
Yes. Only because I want to fuck everything I see.
And eat crayons. Of course, you also ate a dog treat, so what am I talking about?
We all ate dog treats in the World War in Iraq. What the fuck are you talking about? The minor difference between a 63 series... Okay, now it's a 91 series. Best 4 ever? Huh?
Hey, dum-dum.
Tour.
Hey, dum-dum.
Oh.
Dum-dum.
I don't have my
Tablet's
glasses.
literally
Dum-dum.
Oh. Best tour ever.
I'm sitting here looking to figure out. You're trying to figure. I'm trying to.
I forgot I had the tablet in front of me. You fucking cunt.
You should just see where now.
We're not monetized yet, so
We're not monetized yet.
Yeah, I know.
And
we
okay,
already
so
have
you know
this
how in
recorded.
Australia, in Great Britain, they say the cunt word all the fucking time.
Yeah.
I think they would be appalled by my fucking language.
Probably.
And that's saying fucking something. He's got to go tinkle because he can't hold his alcohol.
Says the one who
Who's drinking a fucking six pack?
just there.
He's drank one.
I'm on my first. Of course, then again, mine's also a mix of 2, so technically it's 2.
I'm on my 7th.
I'm technically drinking 2 at the same time.
So you're double fisting. Ow!
Yes, I'm very well aware of which end of the brush I smacked you with.
So, honestly, and this is not joking around. What was it like at both Chernobyl and Pripyat? I really want to know. I really want to fucking know what was it like at Chernobyl and Pripyat. Because it's on my fucking bucket list to go. Are you fucking going?
Yes, I gotta be up early tomorrow.
It's only like fucking...
And it's gonna take me just over 40 minutes to get home.
Is it that far away?
It takes
Yes.
about 40 minutes to get home, yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
I'll let one of you guys move the camera because I'll probably fucking drop it.
If you manage to drop a camera that is secured to a tripod, I would be impressed.
As a corporal in the U.S. Army, you would be really fucking surprised.
Not really.
Just saying.
I wouldn't be surprised.
We're gonna temporarily move our camera for a second, and then we'll probably just go.
Let me know when you get home.
I'm just gonna leave it right there.
Yeah, just leave it right there. I want to know what it's like at Reactor 4 in Pripyat.
Well, Destination Truth went there.
No, I want to know from somebody who's actually fucking been there. I don't want to know what it's like from Destination Truth or anything like that. She's actually been there. She knows how I am.
Right, I'm just letting you know that there is tons
What
of-
Reactor 4 and Pripyat was like on the fucking ground. Like the smell, the ambiance, the everything.
He wants to know the atmosphere.
I want to know the atmosphere because I've been around fucking death. I know what it sounds like. I know what it tastes like. I know what it smells like. I just want to know everything. I want to know if it would be like walking into fucking combat or walking into, say, someplace like Auschwitz. So, Auschwitz.
I know from again, I know you don't really care because it's on a television show, but from what they were saying, it was very eerie because it is
Death.
quiet.
Well, yeah, it's all
Yes,
death.
there are animals there. As a matter of fact, they're studying the dogs of Chernobyl.
That they supposedly got off, but no.
No, they aren't removing them. They can't. The dogs are radioactive.
Well, yeah.
But from what some of the scientists are... Yeah, that's what Destination Truth was saying. That's what their crew was saying as well, that they felt watched
The ghost of Chernobyl.
the whole... Yeah, that episode. They were getting all sorts of readings, but the problem is with some of those readings, how much of that was actual spiritual activity and how much of that was just background radiation. Fucking equipment
they couldn't know. They would never know.
Yeah, one, because...
Would you ever go back?
I don't think there's a whole lot of birds in Chernobyl. I know there's... Like I said, they're studying the dogs around that.
But would you ever go back?
Would you go back?
Fuck it, let's go.
You were not to go unless you were dolled up in fucking protective charms from every religion known to man and a few known to monkeys.
That's because I bring spirits back with me.
Exactly. I don't need...
What do you mean you can't?
Because she's active duty, honey.
She can go on leave.
She still needs to get clearance. It's still a foreign country. You still need to get permission from your command.
It's peach. I'm not drinking peach.
I just grabbed flavors, okay? No, she needs to get clearance from...
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, so hypothetically, let's say, Zelensky wasn't a fucking dictator, and Putin wasn't fighting NATO, and Ukraine and Russia weren't at war. Would you go back? Or could you go back?
Because I know... From what the Destination Truth and other ghost hunters who have been in there have found is the school and the hospital are two of the biggest hotspots for paranormal activity.
Now, was that before they put on the giant sarcophagus over the entire power plant? Or was that after? Because the last documentary I watched about Chernobyl was they were just finishing that up. And they were rolling it into place.
There is a fungus that is growing on the elephant's foot that scientists are studying.
Radiation. Yeah.
And you still can't be... I think it was like
2018. So I think that was before the war. So that was before the giant sarcophagus.
the elephant.
Because I think the giant sarcophagus was only there for like 2 years before the fucking war. And then
Containment was finished in 15 or 17.
oh, okay.
So it was after.
Okay.
Because that was the elephant's foot. The picture, the only picture they have of it was taken via a robot. Because...
No. They have people down at the elephant's foot.
Yeah, except I think you got within like 100 feet or whatever, and you were hit with a lethal dose of radiation. You could not be in reactor 4 for longer than a minute, 60 seconds. Any longer than that, and you risked even, and that was with protective clothing.
At the control room, yes. But below that is a different story.
Because the elephant's foot is the most radioactive part right now.
Yeah.
Well, exposed part of the reactor.
The exposed part of the reactor, yes.
Is the elephant's foot.
But then there's parts that are...
I mean, the whole damn reactor itself is still highly radioactive. The whole damn, all the city around it is highly radioactive.
Now, what about Fukushima? Have you been there? Or no?
What reactor was that?
That's in fucking Japan.
I know it's in Japan.
That was the whole plant.
I haven't done much research on that one.
Yeah, Fukushima got hit by a tsunami.
Yeah, that's right. I think that one went went critical because of the salt water that got into it. Or I forgot. I haven't done any research into that one. I don't know what exactly.
Now, when you say there's still enough radiation stored to destroy half of Europe, are you saying in reactor 4, or are you saying with the elephant's foot itself? Be specific. Because I've had 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 of these things.
He's had enough. He can't drink. He can't drive if he had to.
What is NNPS? Reactor 4 and the elephant's foot. But what is NNPS? I don't care how much I've had to drink. I can't feel any fucking pain.
Newport.
Navy Nuclear Power School.
Yeah, that's not what the... That's not what Google says, but then again... Yeah. I think they're based out of Goose
So,
Creek.
basically,
Goose Creek,
everything they said in his show was downplayed. Which makes sense. Because they did the research off of the Soviet Union.
Which is going to downplay all their fuck-ups.
Which the Soviet Union downplays all their fuck-ups. And when it comes to the West, they can only go off of what the Soviet Union gets.
But they get, unless of course they're going to send in their own spies, in which case then you risk espionage.
Bitch, I've been drinking. And I'm fucking high. Leave me alone. I'm going off of what I'm reading from you. Okay? I'm reading off the fucking screen. So whatever you type is what I read. So if you want me to read the official acronym, you have to type the official acronym. This is Drunken History and Conspiracies. Oh.
Yeah.
She's yelling at you this time.
She's not yelling
I'm in the
at
clear.
me. She thinks I'm adorable.
Everybody thinks you're adorable until they live with you. Then they want to murder you.
I'm fucking adorable. But, but no, there is... Debatable. Are you trying to hurt yourself over there? Or what are you trying to do? Oh.
That did not feel good.
I would imagine it didn't, no. But no, I lost my train of thought. But no, the dogs of all the wildlife around in that whole area are getting studied because, granted, the lifespan of the dogs that they are studying are only about 3 to 5 years.
You can get rid of these ones.
And most of that is because it's mostly inbreeding.
Well, no shit.
But they're finding out that each generation is becoming more and more resistant
Oh!
to radiation.
I got a hard on.
Well, the bedroom is over there. You can go deal with it yourself.
She's got a Benelli M4.
Uh-huh.
How many rounds? I only ask that because some states only import Benellis with an X amount of rounds. Michigan doesn't have that fucking problem because I live in a purple state.
It was me.
I nicknamed it Cobain. Except he used a double barrel.
Puka, will you please lay down?
And I fucking hate Nirvana.
But no, they're finding out that each generation is becoming more and more radioactive resistant.
Well, yeah.
And they're looking at that to
You don't know how many fucking rounds? Standard is 5 to 8. Because it's the hunting mags. That's why. Don't ask me how I fucking remember that in my state of mind. I just fucking do. However, when it comes to rifle and pistol magazines, the standard is 8 to 16. Are you talking about her animals or my pistol mags?
I would assume the animals.
The animals. Rifle mags are
Because
20 to 30.
Don't I don't think that radiation would have very little effect on how many rounds of any kind of gun magazine would have. So, yeah.
Apparently, I'm gonna have to go find fucking Morgan.
But they, what they're finding out is even though these dogs are raised without people, they are incredibly friendly. Like, you would think.
Wait one.
Like, you would think that these dogs would be.
You stupid fucking son of a bitch.
That these dogs
Oh my
would be
fucking God.
anti-people because obviously they've never been around people. But no, they are
I am sending you a text.
Incredibly they're incredibly friendly.
Ping her fucking phone. Get me a location. Send it to my phone. I will be leaving within an hour.
Can you not do that on a live broadcast?
I'm not sending out GPS location on a live fucking broadcast.
Okay. But saying you'll be leaving in an hour is not a good idea to be putting out across over the airways.
Okay, within like 3 hours. Because I need a sober.
But
Give me the word, Ashley.
You're not going.
I have a friend who's in danger.
I know, but you also have a spouse who also needs you. Plus kids who also need you.
Kids aren't here.
Not the point. Is there even a point to continue the broadcast?
Yeah, we can continue.
Then you have to stay on topic.
I am staying on top.
No, you're not.
I need coffee. That paint rack is halfway filled already.
He's zoned out on the fucking... Hi!
Who's Grim?
Who do you think? That's my Morgan.
Oh, Morgan.
Did you ever figure out what was wrong with your stomach? Because I know you said you basically felt like you were dying the other day. I have a dragon. Ah, you got hit with the stomach. I got a dragon. He's cute. He's a cute little dragon. Well, we started off with talking about the LA riots. Then we went way off the deep end. No, you are in California.
How do you feel about it? Because somehow we went from California riots to Chernobyl.
Which is a huge leap. Yet we knew California was fucked. But I'm going to assume you're like a lot of the Californians who are against what's going on in LA right now. Yeah. We took a swan dive off of a cliff and we're still falling. We haven't hit the water yet. But, I mean, it is... So, yeah, like I said, you're in California. What's, other than California being fucked? Yeah. Northern California is... No, if I'm not mistaken, I think you're closer to, Seattle. Have you heard anything about any of the riots or anything, going on, more north of you guys?
Well, yeah, that's always been the fucking case.
Yeah.
Northern California has always been more Republican, and Southern California has always been more liberal. Not what? You're gonna have to fix that. I can't.
No, he did that.
Sure, of the riots are south.
That's not Twitch. I've allowed vulgar.
Type in playing English.
You're gonna have to type in dum dum because he's been drinking. Of course, so have I, but.
Dude, just type it.
You're not gonna get banned or anything. It's my stream. I put the trigger warning. I've put the label for vulgar language. Because I don't think that's the,
Riots are in the north.
No riots in the north.
No riots in the north.
Because Los Angeles translates to City of Angels. That's what it's supposed to be. It has always been a very liberal city. Not liberal in terms of the political term, but liberal as in you could pretty much do whatever you want there. But it's not Vegas. And
Motherfucker.
people
Motherfucker.
don't understand or have forgotten that the city of LA has been shaped over the years by riots. And every single time the riots have been put down by either the National Guard
Holy fuck.
or the U.S. military. And people need to go through and they need a refresher on what exactly peaceful is. Of course, when you've got things like yeah, it's always been a blue city. It will never not be. And unfortunately,
Oh my fucking god.
it's not something that people it might as well be its own country within a state because of how it operates. It's one of the most, or supposed to be, a legal immigrant friendly city. It is supposed to be a very rainbow city as well.
I don't know if I'm done sneezing.
But I don't think in this day and age anymore, I don't think anybody knows what right and wrong is anymore. Because growing up, when I broke something, I got my ass beat. Few good swats on the ass. And I learned not to break shit. But unfortunately, nobody in this day and age
What's not allowed anymore?
whooping your kid's ass.
Well, according to CPS, if you even make a threat, the
Well, that's
minute...
Michigan CPS.
No, it's across the board. Even a threat of violence is child abuse.
Because it's considered psychological abuse.
And this is where CPS has too much fucking power.
This is where, unfortunately, there's a reason why certain things are still around. It's because they work. If something isn't broke, don't fix it.
CPS needs to be abolished.
No, they do excellent work.
Along with
When
ATF.
they do their job correctly.
But they don't do their job correctly. Come on.
CPS needs to be revamped, retrained,
Maybe.
and they also need more funding.
Maybe
For
if they
more
spent
workers.
less time protecting
Oh yeah, they'll go through.
the
And they'll-
Rainbow Pride Brigade.
That's in recent. That's more recent.
They took our fucking kids away
Yes.
under
Or-
false pretenses.
Yes. I'm
And
aware of
yet
that.
they protect somebody with a laundry list
Mm-hmm.
of fucking felonies. And they
a
take our
laundry
fucking kids
list
away.
Of other people around. The problem is when CPS does their job correctly and actually gets the kids out that need to be gotten out, they do amazing work.
They didn't need to take
The
our kids
problem
away.
is,
They were fucking racist
yes,
to begin with.
yes, we know.
They had
They were
premeditated
biased.
fucking...
They were biased in the beginning. We're not going to go on to our personal life on the stream. That is... No. They are underfunded and overworked.
And they're biased.
And very biased. What needs to happen for that particular agency is everybody needs to be retrained. Everybody needs to be retrained. And they need more funding. They need more workers. But that's neither here nor there. That's not something we can control. Now, as for the ATF, yes and no. As far as it being abolished. What it needs to do is it needs to be reminded as to why exactly it was founded. It needs to be reminded that they are law enforcement, not a lawmaker.
But they're just like the fucking ATF.
I was talking about the ATF.
CPS and ATF are the same fucking thing in my eyes.
The ATF needs to be reminded what they were originally founded for.
Law enforcement, law making.
Exactly. And what we need to go back to what we need to go back to, all in all, is we need to allow teachers to be backed by the school board and needs to be less afraid of the word lawyer and lawsuit when it comes to schools providing discipline. Don't. When it comes to discipline. Because nowadays schools aren't even allowed to. They're not allowed to tell a kid no without their parents coming in and pitching a fit, and instead of the school board standing behind their teacher and being like, no, your kid is in the wrong here. They're standing with the parent and turning on the teachers. And they wonder why they have a crisis for teachers. Because everybody's afraid of a lawsuit.
Yeah, because of Karens.
Because nobody has the balls to step up to these people and tell them that no, you are not allowed to go through and throw your weight around because you fucking want to. No. Back when I was going through school, I was afraid of my teacher calling my parents to let them know that I was misbehaving. Because I knew that not only was I going to have to worry about whatever punishment I had at school, I was going to have to deal with whatever punishment my parents came up with. Granted, I was a pretty well-behaved child and spent most of my time with my nose in a book. That was my thing. But nowadays, schools are taught to protect the bully, not the victim.
Back in my day,
When the victim finally snapped,
you just went out back in the parking lot.
when the victim finally snapped for when we were growing up, when the victim finally snapped, they backed the victim, saying we should have known something was up. We didn't know. Nobody told us. But now a victim can go and tell multiple different teachers that they're getting bullied, whether it be physically or just mockingly. And the teachers are going to go through and brush them off. So eventually the victim snaps and either throws a punch or, heaven forbid, they bring a gun to school. And they deal with the problem that the administration clearly didn't want to. Then, all of a sudden, your zero tolerance policies come into play. So many kids have been the victims of bullying and have told trusted adults like they're told to do. And that trusted adult will tell them, we'll do something about it, but nothing ever comes of it. The bully's still there, the kid's still there. Until one day the person getting bullied snaps, and then all of a sudden, then the zero tolerance policy kicks in. Then all of a sudden, oh, sorry, Johnny beat the hell out of Jimmy.
The fuck happened to the camera?
It's tracking. Sorry, we're suspending little Jimmy here because he beat the hell out of Johnny. Oh, yeah, we know Johnny was bullying him the whole time. But we have a zero tolerance for violence policy.
Put that lawyer up.
And then, or, I'm sorry, little Johnny's sorry. Their parents give so much to the school. Do you know who that kid is? Do you know who that kid's parents are? We get a lot of our funding from them. So they protect the kid. They protect the bully. And that raises a bullied mindset. Because back in our day, we were taught that, one, you don't give a bully the attention they want. Clear and easy. You don't give the bully the attention they want. Or, if the bully is shoving you into, like, lockers or something like that, you hit them back.
Hey, side note. Do you trust my gut? Yes or no? Do you trust my gut?
You're not going anywhere.
Do you trust my gut? Yes or no?
I trust your gut.
Okay, continue.
But... And then these kids who are never told no.
They're the ones that need to slap upside the fucking face.
They're the ones that grow up and they become the people rioting in the street, looting electronic stores, and then they want to play the victim. It's the victim mentality that is what's bringing down pretty much the entire world. Not just the states, not just Israel, not just an individual country, but that victim mindset of it doesn't matter what is going on. An earthquake could hit our house right now. And us as logical people would be like, oh shit, I didn't realize we lived on a fault line. Well, that sucks. As where somebody else would go through, and somebody with a victim mentality would feel the earthquake and be like, oh no, we're under attack. Or we need to get rid of the mindset that everybody is a victim. And this whole battle cry now that nobody is illegal on stolen land. If you can name me one piece of land that hasn't been soaked in blood, that hasn't been bought and sold, and that hasn't been colonized.
Senegal Island.
In the civilized world.
Senegal Island.
It is the only place that has not been bought, sold, or soaked completely in blood.
Alright, hold on. Where's the remote? Because I'm scooting over this way.
Everywhere else...
Oh.
Wrong way.
No, this way.
Everywhere else...
Jumba.
All of the UK, all of Europe, all of Asia, all of North America, all of South America.
Yes,
all
I'm in my
of,
PJs. Leave me the fuck alone.
All of Africa is soaked in blood. All of it has been bought and sold. All of it has been colonized. In some way, shape, or form. Everybody is on stolen land. Everybody is on blood-soaked land. So that argument goes out the window quick, fast, and in a hurry. California was purchased from Mexico after a war. We could have taken the whole damn country after the war.
Well, we got the Louisiana purchase during the War of 1812 from fucking Napoleon.
That was from France.
Yes.
I'm talking about California, which was from Mexico. So, California was bought, not conquered. It was bought by the United States. If you want to talk about a conquered state, then you want to look at the 51st state, which is Hawaii.
50th.
50th. My bad. I misspoke. Then you want to look at the 50th state, and that is Hawaii. Because that one was conquered. The last I had heard, but I haven't heard much about it, Puerto Rico is trying to become the 51st. Of course, they've been trying to become a state since they became a territory. So, I don't know why they keep getting denied.
So Winona said, watch Gutfield tonight. I have it saved on Sling on Sherrock. Taurus is talking to you this weekend. I'm like me personally? No, not you personally, but every guy like you and like him.
But that's basically where that
What the fuck?
the Twitch stream jumped out.
Okay. You broke it.
I did not break it. Just gotta get back to first and foremost. I gotta do that. There. But when you have a generation of people who have been raised by a generation that has overcorrected, is essentially what has happened to the generation that is currently rioting in LA. The older millennials, such as us, in some cases have overcorrected. When it came to discipline. And it has led to permissive parenting. Because gentle parenting only works on gentle kids. There is no correct way to parent. There's no blanket correct way to parent. There is only the correct way to parent your child. But the problem is that a lot of people today are being raised with the victim mentality. On the Black American side, you have them being raised that it's all the white man's fault. Same goes for a lot of the Hispanics. Particularly the Mexico Hispanics. They're all they're all being taught that it is somebody else's fault but theirs. That you're considered a sellout if you take responsibility for your own actions. Instead of it being, the decent thing to do. But and they're being taught that your feelings matter more than facts. When that is not the case.
I'm still on the stream.
And my right to free speech does not end because your feelings get hurt. You have the right to be offended. I have the right to say whatever the fuck I want. You have the right to be offended. But you don't have the right to silence me. Now, as for things being censored on TikTok, on other platforms, see, the First Amendment does protect your right of free speech. It only means the government can't tell you what you can and cannot say. If you are on a platform such as TikTok, for example, or hell, even this one, even Twitch, there are certain things that I am not allowed to say. There are certain things I'm not allowed to do. And that is within Twitch's right to deny and say, hey, you're not allowed to post this because of XYZ reasons. This video was taken down for XYZ reasons. And yeah, I can go through, I can throw a fit, I can holler and be like, oh, it's my right to say whatever the hell I want. Yes, the United States government cannot tell me, no, I'm not allowed to go through and bash them. But a social media platform has full control over itself. It's a private... It is a... It's a private thing. So, if Twitch, for example, wanted to go through and cut my stream because I'm breaking their guidelines, they can't, because I agreed to stay within their guidelines. I had had a couple of my stories that I had to go through and reword entirely on fanfiction.net because the story itself broke the guidelines that I agreed to. So all these people getting on TikTok going, oh, my video was taken down because TikTok didn't like it. You are aware you have to follow those guidelines. A private service can do whatever the hell they want. They can tell you that, no, you're not allowed to go through, and...
Did Morgan ever fix his fucking phone problem?
His battery was dying.
Yeah. Is he back on the fucking stream?
He would let you know if he was. But it takes his phone a while to charge. And he doesn't leave his phone on the thing. people are not understanding is they want to go through, they want to use just the First Amendment.
First Amendment doesn't stop where your
protection.
fucking feelings begin.
Well, they want
That's
to
the
use their
thing.
protection. They want to go through and only use the First Amendment as a shield when they feel like they're in the wrong. Like, they're the only ones who are allowed to use it when it applies
Suits
to
their
everybody.
needs.
Exactly. Because
Every form of speech is protected underneath the First Amendment.
yep.
And that includes racial speech. Racist speech is racial slurs are protected. Okay, so answer me this.
It's
hold
protected
on.
if me and you are having a conversation.
If black people can go on BET and drop the N-word 50 times in the sentence,
They're not
That's-
using the hard R. That's
doesn't matter.
hold on. That's
doesn't-
what they said. That's what makes it different. Is that they're not using the hard R.
Now, if I'm using it in coordinates with Merriam-Webster, the correct definition, which is a ignorant person,
Yeah,
that should be protected because
it is.
that is not a racial slur, because that is describing an ignorant person.
Yeah.
That doesn't constitute whether or not it is a white person, black person, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, or
And it is-
white person.
And it is protected in conversational,
Yes.
in a conversational setting. Now, we'll continue using Twitch as an example. If Twitch, in their guidelines, states you cannot use certain words, and you use those certain words, and they take your video down, that is well within Twitch's right because you agreed to their guidelines.
So okay, let's throw this out there. If I say during my time in Iraq, our slang for the enemy was Haji. And that's because most of us grew up on the 80s cartoon of Johnny Quest.
Mm-hmm.
And Haji was a cartoon character from the cartoon Johnny Quest. However, Haji was also a term used to describe somebody who made the Hajj, which is a fuck.
It'll come back to you.
It'll come back to me. Which is a religious quest, which is a Hajj.
Yeah.
To the holy site in Mecca in Mecca, which is the Hajj.
Yep.
To see the Holy Land. They become a Hajj, a Haji,
Mm-hmm.
depending on the color of their turban.
Yep.
Which is something they wear on their head to the holy site.
Right.
Whether or not they prayed
At Mecca.
at Mecca.
Which I believe...
That is not a racial term.
No,
That is
an
a
actual,
Haji.
That's an actual descriptive term. That's what they themselves call
That is
themselves.
not a racial term. That is an actual religious terminology. That is not a racial term. That is a Haji. Sorry. Twitch,
Now-
do your fucking research.
Well, it would also probably determine, which is why they have moderators as well that run the site, and why you appeal if your video gets taken down or whatever. If you're going through, now with our stream it's labeled history and shenanigans.
We use historical terms. Just
We
like
also go
redneck.
we also go through and we explain. It's not like we're going through and calling anybody what that is. We are literally just explaining where the term, the word
Came from.
came from.
So okay,
That would be different.
No, okay. So let me put it out there. The term redneck came from the Scottish, the Welsh, and the Irish coming over as, guess what, motherfuckers, indentured servants who were the first motherfucking slaves in North America, not the blacks. And I'm not going to use African Americans. Why? Because the first slaves weren't African Americans. Because they didn't necessarily come from African America. They came from the Caribbean. They came from Europe. They came from Africa. They came from Eastern Europe. They came from all over. Whether or not they were actual slaves or indentured servants.
Which might as well be a slave.
Which might as well be slaves. And the term redneck came from Celtic, which would be your Scottish, Welsh, and Irish, which we all know as Celts. And the reason why they got the name redneck is because when they were out in the fields, their necks burned red. Thus the name
Redneck.
Rednecks. And they were in the fucking north as indentured fucking servants. Yes, I've had a few. Blow me. I don't care. If you can prove me wrong.
You gotta quit using sexual language.
Alright. Bite me. Bite me. Because this is actually proven. The first slaves in North America were not black. They were indentured servants from Western Europe. If you don't know what an indentured servant is, well, then fucking look it up. Because I'm not going to explain
Google's
it to
free.
you. Google is free. I neither have the time nor the crayons
The
to
Marines keep
explain
eating
it
the
to you.
crayons, so that's why
Because
you don't have any crayons.
The crayons keep on getting eaten by the Marine Corps, and, well, I'm running out of stock. Anyways,
But that's...
let me finish before I lose my train of thought, because when I'm drinking, I have ADHD like a motherfucker. When the blacks arrived, they're like, well, we don't have to pay him shit. We don't have to pay him at all. This is better than the indentured servant to program. Let's just do this instead. So that's basically what we did.
It's because indentured servants
You
had
still
to.
have to pay them. You still have to give them land
After their debt is paid.
after the debt is paid. However, with
that's-
slaves, you don't
You
actually
didn't have to do much.
that.
But you still had to keep them clothed. You still had to keep them fed. You still had to give them medical care. Which is why owning them was really only for the top 1%. Because some
Should
parts
we-
of history wants you to go through.
Should we mention the black slave owners in the South and the black slave owners
They were worse than the
in
white
the
ones.
North?
They were worse than the
Should
white
we
ones.
mention the black slave owners in the North at the time of the fucking Civil War? Because if you want to call them Uncle Toms, that's not even a fucking insult. Black slave owners were worse than white Southern plantation owners.
Because at least
Holy
Ta-
fuck.
because the plantation owners, they didn't have anything to prove. They didn't have to prove to their slaves that they were master. They didn't have to prove to other people within their circle that they belonged in that circle. As where the top 1% of blacks who made it that high onto the social ladder, they had something to prove. And they had a mix of both black and white slaves as well. Yes, they were brutal to the black slaves, but they were worse to whites. Because it was a power trip.
Oh, definitely. The only ones that got treated fair, and I say that in...
Fair in comparison to the ones out in the field.
Yeah,
Or a house.
were the indentured servants that came from the Celtic regions.
Right.
Because most of them were from a penal colony.
Yep.
And we all know what happened to a penal colony. That became fucking Australia.
I think they were dumped in Australia hoping the wildlife would eat them.
Well, you know what?
The problem is the wildlife forgot to do it. In Australia's wildlife has forgot to wildlife. But see, the other reason why the indentured ones got
Because they
treated better is
they would
because
actually
there
pay
was an
off their
actual
debt.
end to their contract.
And then when their debt was paid off, they would own the land that they worked on.
Yeah.
And given some land that they worked on as well.
Yeah.
And that was west of the Appalachian Mountains.
I think it was, 3 acres and a mule? Or 2 acres and a mule?
3 to 5 acres and a mule.
That's what they were promised. That's what they were...
Under British rule.
Yep. And then we decided that we didn't want to be part of Britain anymore.
So that was from the 1600s to about 1775.
Or was it 30 acres and a mule?
It was 30 acres.
Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds more right. 30 acres and a mule.
30 acres and a mule. Up until 1775. And I say 1775 because 1775 is when everything kicked off. Believe it or not, 1775 is when the war kicked off. Because that's when they had the Second Continental Congress, which formed the United
That's
States
when
Army.
shots were fired.
The-
Officially.
April
That's
1775
when the war
really kicked off.
officially began.
Yes.
But it had been going on for a while prior to in secret. That was when it became public, so to speak. In a very flashy way. And I am in no way, shape, or form saying that anybody who has taken over anybody else's land and has been nice to whatever indigenous population happened to have been there.
Well,
no conquering force is
okay,
ever nice.
So here's the difference. Okay, so the French treated this as, no, I say this, as in this region, because we live in Michigan, and this was under French control.
Correct.
They treated this area more as a business venture. So they didn't want to wipe out the indigenous population. They wanted it to thrive. So they put in very minimal settlers. Because they wanted to use fur traders and Native Americans to their advantage to escalate the fur trade. However, the British was very opposite. They wanted to expand and eradicate the native population.
Britain?
But they had an agreement with the Five Nations of the Iroquois where they would not expand west of the Appalachians, or the Ohio River Valley, which was the official. Ow. That hurt. It was either the Ohio River Valley or the Ohio River itself. And there were brass markers on the banks. I think it was the Ohio River itself. And there was brass markers. And George Washington, kind of fucking kickstarted it, believe it or not, under Braddock. It was under Braddock's command. But, I mean, the dude didn't understand fucking French, so he kind of was a failure to begin with, which is fucking hilarious. And I'll get to that in a second. So, the French were expanding onto British soil, and the British were expanding onto French soil. And this is how the war of the French and Indian War kicked off. So, like, they were both encroaching on each other's territory. Which fucking happens in the 1750s, 1760s. So,
Kind of an oops, but we're not going to go through
oops,
it. Neither
we
one of us are going
fucked
to.
up. So what happened was Braddock leads an expedition from Virginia into Pennsylvania. Braddock gets killed.
Oops.
Guess who's second in command?
Washington.
Washington.
Who didn't take a
He
lick
gets
of French.
2, not 1, but 2 horses shot out from underneath him. Okay?
Those poor horses.
This is where his legend comes into play. Okay? So he gets 2 horses shot from out from underneath him. Comes out into this fucking clearing. And he tells his men, okay, we need to build a fort out of necessity. And
What movie were you watching?
what fucking movie? Okay, so he builds a fort out of necessity, which is very fucking very small fort, called, guess what? Fort Necessity. Out in the middle of this
Look,
field.
we just need a place to stay, okay?
Out in the middle of this small field in Pennsylvania, called Fort Necessity, because it was built out of
Necessity.
All right. So the French come in, and old Christmas with the Cranks. Oh my God. Okay, good movie, by the way. So Georgie boy doesn't understand a lick of fucking French. Big mistake. So the French were like, well, you surrender, right? Yes. Okay, cool. You're going to surrender. So we're going to put all these things in here that said, you're the one that started the fight. You're the one that shot first. You're the one that caused. So basically the French, the fucking frogs, blame George Washington for starting the French and Indian War on North American soil. Blame it all on him. Georgie boy
Just
has
wanted to build
no idea. He just wanted to get him and his men out of fucking Pennsylvania because
home. He just wanted to go home.
he's from fucking Virginia. He's like, this place sucks.
Why
It's
the fuck
hot.
am I
It's
here?
humid. Why the fuck am I here?
You know what? No, fuck this shit. I want to go home.
He's like, all right, fine. I'm out of here. Signs the peace. He thought it was a peace treaty.
Oops. Because he can't speak or he can't read or write a lick of French.
Can't read or write a lick of fucking French, right? Ends up
Declaring war.
declaring war. Kicks off the entire fucking French Indian War. 1757 to 63. He causes the whole fucking thing.
Because he can't speak French.
Only because Braddock was killed fucking instantly. Braddock, mind you, was not from the colonies. Braddock,
Noped his way out of it.
no, Braddock was a British regular officer from England who understood both English and French and could read and write in both. Braddock was shot and killed instantly. Washington, who grew up in fucking Virginia as, guess what, a surveyor. That was his mission, was to survey the entire area.
He just got one of these. Here, sign.
Yeah, here's sign. Sign this, by the way.
Okay.
And you're going to be fucked. And the French were like,
Okay.
oh yeah, you dumbass.
Oh, by the way, you just declared war. I did what?
Yeah,
I did what now?
basically.
No. You were telling me that you told me that I signed this and it said I surrendered. Not. No.
Because Washington signed it under a truce of parley.
Right.
Washington thought he was signing it under a truce of parley because Washington is like, I'm outnumbered, I'm outgunned,
I only built the fort for necessity.
I have no provisions, I have no ammo. Okay, I need to get the fuck out of here.
Can I go home?
And the French use that to their advantage.
Like, oh, this motherfucker can't read or write our language. This motherfucker don't even speak our language.
So we're going to use that to our advantage. Okay,
Well,
so
what a reason
you
to
committed
fight.
war crimes. You committed the first shot. You started the war, and you're taking responsibility. Got it. Sign here, please.
Here, you sign this and then you can go home wherever the fuck you're from. Okay.
That's basically what happens in layman's terms.
I
That's-
just wanted to go home.
That's 1757. That kicks off the French and Indian War on the North American continent. Even though it's already kicked off as the 7 Years' War
Right.
on the European continent.
Could you imagine
It's how amazing these two coincide together.
Could you imagine if you had today's media and them giving Washington a interview? Did you know you kickstarted this whole thing?
I did
just wanted
what?
to go home. They told me I signed that and then I get to go home. What do you mean I started this whole thing?
But Washington never sees any immediate action after that because George Rex, King George III, was like, that motherfucker did what?
That guy did what now?
Yeah, no. Put him in the REMF. REMF is REMF. Rear Echelon Motherfucker. REMF. Rear Echelon Motherfucker.
Just stay here, sit down,
For
shut
the
up.
rest of the war.
Sit here,
And
sit down.
any engagement he gets in after that, he loses.
Because he was told to sit down, shut up, and don't do anything.
Dude, you need to catch up. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. 9, motherfucker. 9.
And I'm still on my first two.
Drunk History with Benny is fucking awesome.
But, I mean, it's... It's funny, but it's not at the same time. Because that wasn't very fair. To take advantage of somebody who didn't know what the fuck he
What
was
does the
saying.
fact electrician say about cheating? If you're not cheating, you're trying.
If you're not
All
cheating, you're not
warfare
trying.
is based on deception. Granted, Sun Tzu wrote this in like 528 BC. And we never knew about it until like 1528. Or no. 1720. No, fuck. Yeah, my mind's computing. 1878. 1876 BC is when we discovered Sun Tzu.
I mean,
All warfare is based on deception.
Yep.
So it's amazing how much culture is based on warfare.
humans are a violent species.
Oh, fuck yes.
We are... Can you grab some more teas?
Yes. Teas?
Yeah.
Okay. As soon as you get back from that.
We are one of the most violent species on the face of the planet. Because we are one of the few species that will fight over fur color. We will fight over an insult. Humanity is a warring species. Always have, always will be. Which is the reason why certain forms of government and certain forms of anything is not really going to happen. Humans crave violence. Humanity as a whole, as a species, craves violence. Don't know why, we just do. We can be peaceful for a short period of time, but then we start wanting to fight again. Then we start wanting to war, violence, bloodshed is all in our nature. There's nothing you can really do about it. Except accept that is part of how the world is. That's just part of how they are. But you also have to take into effect that we are also we're capable of a lot. Now, movies like Independence Day,
What part of Billy Madison?
for example, humanity is fine so long as it doesn't have a reason to unite. Things like Independence Day. Movies like Independence Day, where you've got aliens coming from outer space and they decide to go through and try to wipe out all of humanity. And then now all of a sudden all of humanity has realized, oh shit, there's a much bigger threat than the potential of nuclear winter if the three largest superpowers decide to launch all their nukes. You need to slow down.
I can't feel any pain.
You need to slow down, or you will regret it in the morning.
No, I won't.
Yeah, you will. I'm not talking about a hangover. I'm talking about heartburn and anything like that. You need to eat something.
When he's in the tent studying for the test with his teacher. Dude, it's been about a decade since I saw Billy Madison, so I'll take your word for it.
I've never watched it, so.
She doesn't like Adam Sandler movies.
I don't like Adam Sandler. There are a couple of movies I can stand him in, but Adam Sandler, Will Ferrell
I hate Will Ferrell.
are two actors I just don't like. Will Ferrell I don't like because he's not as funny as he thinks he is. And with Adam Sandler, it's his voice. He's not a bad actor. His voice is unfortunately at like the perfect pitch that it grinds on my ears.
I love Adam.
It's not Adam Sandler's fault. Not in the slightest. He can't control his voice any more than I can. But it sucks because I miss a lot of good movies because I can't stand somebody who's in it. And it's not always the actor's fault. And then there are certain TV shows I won't watch because the whole premise of the thing is stupid as hell. Like, I do not understand How I Met Your Mother and why it was as popular as it was.
That's just
It
Friends
told
from TV.
It took 9 seasons before they even met their mother. And then Neil Patrick Harrison's character
Is a gay guy.
well, the actor himself is gay.
Yeah,
But
that's what I'm
the
saying.
character is this unredeemable, I don't understand how the hell you're still friends with this guy, shameless womanizer. And I don't understand how that's supposed to be funny. I mean, there's literally an episode where I think his name is Barney or whatever the fuck his
Barney.
name. Yeah, where Barney goes up to this woman who is sobbing her eyes out because she just lost, I think, either her mom or her dad. Like, she's clearly not in any kind of right mind. And he goes up and immediately propositions her. And that's supposed to be played off as a joke.
Did I not buy taco sauce?
No, you didn't, but there's mild sauce that came in the kit. It's next to your hot sauce, which is on the thing. But there's a lot of shows out that that come off as, haha, you're funny.
It's because Barney's a womanizer.
He's a shameless one at that.
Yeah.
And the worst part about it is none of his friends call him out on it.
Yeah. I know.
Nobody calls them out on it.
Hello?
And it's like,
I was Barney.
it's like that's supposed to be funny?
And I was Joey. But
And
I was more of a Joey in the Chandler than I was Barney.
it's like, this... Or you got other shows like, I'm sorry, MTV's 16 and Pregnant was the worst thing they could have done. They glorified teen pregnancy. And then they were surprised when teen pregnancy was on the rise because everybody wanted to be on 16 and Pregnant.
No.
Were you supposed to be raising awareness against it or glorifying it? Because you sure shit didn't. You accomplished a goal. I just don't think it was the one you wanted.
The media controls the narrative.
Oh, absolutely. There's a creator that I follow. He already went through and said that he watches TLC's 90 Day Fiancé. It's his guilty pleasure, I believe is what he called it. Yeah. And he brought attention to the fact that in the current season, they have somebody who is trans. Problem is he's coming over from, I want to say, Venezuela. but I think that might be wrong.
I mean, Venezuela, the country that was
Hold on. I
a
don't...
democracy, and I use that term loosely because I'm not sure if it was a republic or a
True democracy, yeah.
that just turned into a fucking communist nation.
I don't remember where exactly but he was from a Spanish-speaking...
The only country in South America that doesn't speak Spanish is Brazil, and they speak
Portugal.
Portuguese.
They speak Portuguese, and they speak a mix of Portuguese and Spanish, depending on where exactly in Brazil you are. If you go to Rio de Janeiro, you'll
Portuguese.
hear primarily Portuguese. But on some of the fringes along the border, you'll hear both Portuguese and Spanish because they're on the border. But I don't remember exactly where, but I think he was from a Spanish-speaking country. And I say he because he's male to female. Well, in 90 Day Fiancé...
Mikey, I don't think I've ever seen a fucking picture of you. But... with you being on the East Coast... Hold on. You're going to be so fucking white, it's not going to be funny. Because... when people live in northern climates, they wrap themselves in so much clothing they lose the melanin.
Yep.
And that's what it is. That's what separates us from the blacks. Is the melanin. Holy shit, that chair is fucked.
Yep.
That's like a 13-degree list.
Yep. But... they have they have the trans woman on there, and in the show they're saying that he was having an issue because he was sitting down for his visa hearing. There's only one tiny problem.
Which doesn't surprise me because you live in fucking Connecticut.
There's only one tiny problem with his visa interview. Visa interview does not match the name on all the documents.
Oops.
He put his quote-unquote dead name, which was the name given to him at birth, on all of his immigration paperwork. But he doesn't go by that name anymore. He goes by the female name he's given himself. And is trying to hopefully get a visa because he's marrying a gay guy in 90 Day Fiancé to get a visa to come to the U.S. Again, the biggest problem is all of his documentation is in his dead name, not in his current name.
Which is his legal fucking name.
Because he never changed it. I'm sorry, if you're going to go through and if you're going to transition, the first step that you do is change if you're going to change your name. If you don't have a unisex name that can be used for both male or female, the first thing you do is change your name legally on all of your documentation before you try to go get a visa anywhere. Because they're expecting a man to come through the door to have that immigration hearing, not a woman. So, pretty sure his visa's gonna get denied. Or he's gonna have to reapply for all of it.
Oh, your name is James or Carol or Ashley. Because back in the day, Carol or Ashley
Was actually a boy's name. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the problem is his name was Doug. His name was Douglas. And he's now going by Aaliyah.
What?
Aaliyah.
Uh-huh.
So all of his immigration paperwork is done with Douglas. With the name Douglas. All of it. If you're going to immigrate from one country to another and you're going to transition from one sex to the other, the first thing you do is change your fucking name.
So what you're saying was, instead of being smart about this...
He was an idiot.
Yeah.
He was
Mind
gay
you-
with extra steps.
Mind you, I'm inviting my nephew to this chat. So he might get offended by this.
I don't give two shits of a shake. I don't give two shakes of Queen Blat's ass.
Okay.
His opinion is about as useless as tits on a boar.
Bull. Not
Boar.
boar.
Nope, it is tits on a boar.
Is it tits on a boar or tits on a bull?
Tits on a boar. Because a boar is a male pig. A
Because
sow is a female.
no, I always heard it was tits on a bull.
That might be up north. I'm from the south. It's about as useless
Well,
as
you know
tits on
what?
a
You
boar.
live in a fucking carpetbagging fucking northern fucking
Carpetbagger was a northerner going down to the south.
Well, you live in the fucking north. Get used to the goddamn language.
There's
And
also knee-high to a grasshopper.
And I hate to break it to you, but here in the north, especially in Michigan, we are the most racist state in the fucking union. And I will die on that fucking hill.
See, you've also got that dog won't hunt.
Oh, that dog ain't gonna hunt.
No, it's that dog won't hunt.
That dog ain't gonna hunt.
No.
It's that dog ain't gonna hunt.
That dog don't hunt.
Ain't.
Don't.
Ain't.
Don't.
Ain't.
It's that dog
ain't
don't
gonna
hunt.
hunt.
That dog don't hunt.
Up here, that dog ain't gonna hunt.
And you gotta, that's about as useful as tits on a bull. Or tits on a bull. Or tits on a
Tits
boar.
on a bull.
It's tits on a boar.
Well, we don't have boars up here. We have bulls.
Yeah, because y'all don't have wild pigs up here.
No, we don't. You know why? Because we eat the motherfuckers. That's why.
There's no limit down for javelinas down in New Mexico.
Are we near Wetback Central? No, we're not. We have a control on our Mexicans because we hunt them.
We
yearly.
don't act. For legal reasons, that's a joke. But
All right, man. Good night.
let's see. We have knee high to a grasshopper.
Knee high on the 4th of July.
Knee high to a grasshopper translates to I ain't seen you since you were about yay big. Let's see. What are some of the other idioms? That dog don't hunt,
We got that too.
which basically means
I ain't gonna hunt.
that that shit ain't gonna fly. We have you're about as useful as tits on a boar.
Tits on a bull.
Yeah, the rest of them will come to me as I go. But yeah, idioms are a interesting type of thing. And different phrases are interesting. One of my favorite sayings is "bless your heart."
That means a whole bunch of different shit down south.
Because it depends on how you use it. How you use it and your tone of voice. Aw, bless your heart is an insult. Oh, bless your heart.
It's the tone
Is
you're
in-
saying in it.
Can be endearing as well. Depends on the tone and context of how you're using it. And if you add more to it, then you change the meaning of it entirely. Same with, oh, you sweet summer child. Depending on how that's used.
No idea.
It's because it's down south. And it's used as you're either a very wild child pretending to be sweet.
Jason Morgan, you still with us?
No, he's not.
Who's still watching? Sound off.
I don't know, we got 4 viewers, but nobody's in the chat, which is fine. And then you can use it as a way to give pity. Like, if I was talking to your nephew, I would call him, oh, you sweet summer child. Which means I pity him.
Yep.
Because from what you've told me about your nephew, he doesn't know how to have an adult conversation.
Pretty much.
And with the fact that nobody knows how to, or refuses to, learn how to communicate, nothing is going to get solved. And it's and even up here you've got sayings that can be taken in different ways depending on how you say them. Language is interesting.
What?
Language is interesting in of itself.
Dialects are.
And dialects are also interesting. Because you can have something that means, like, we will take soda pop is the full classification. Is soda pop. Up north, it's called pop. Down south, it's called soda.
Or Coke. Even though it's
in
fucking
places
Pepsi.
in places in the south as well, it's either called Pepsi or Coke, depending on where exactly in the south you are. There are some places in the Midwest where they call it soda pop. But it's kind of one of those things where you ask somebody who's lived in the north their whole life, hey, can I have a soda? They're going to look at you and think you're talking about baking soda. Because that's the only soda that they know. As where if you go down south and ask, hey, can I get a pop? They're probably going to hand you a beer. Because beers have pop tops, which are these. In some parts of the country, you have, hey, I'm going to crack open a cold one. meaning I'm going to crack open a beer. Then you've got places where they say I'm going to go ahead and just pop a top. They're talking about popping the top of a beer and opening a beer. Means the same thing, but it's two different ways of saying the same thing. And of course, the English language is...
confusing.
The English language took every noun, every verb from every single language and then made up its own grammar. So that's why the English language is as
Because
what the fuck as it is.
Because it doesn't have male and female parts. It has nouns, pronouns, adjectives, adverbs, verbs, all the other shit.
They have the same thing. The only difference is the English language, there's only one way to say chair.
Yes.
A chair is a chair is a chair.
And then we have this thing called slang.
Every language has slang as well.
But depending on where you're from.
Again, that's pretty much everywhere, babe.
In the United States.
In the United States,
depending on where you are from, slang can mean two different things. But however, there is one word in the United States at least that can mean 30 different definitions. And it is my favorite word in the whole.
Yeah, it's the word fuck.
It is the word fuck. Because it can mean several different things.
So many different things.
So many different things.
But that's not the point.
But this is where it separates American English from Oxford English. Because American English is actually, believe it or not,
Was the original.
was the more original English than Oxford English because
We just dropped the U.
we just dropped the U. Because we got rid of you, motherfuckers.
Because you've got aluminum, which is how it's said over here in the U.S.
However, the correct pronunciation
Is
is
aluminium.
actually aluminium.
Yeah, that is the scientific way to say it. But because we're the U.S. and we say fuck you, we say aluminum.
Aluminum. I have a hard time pronouncing it, so I just say aluminium.
I say aluminum, and that's just because I know it drives you nuts.
No, it doesn't. Because when I was a kid, I had a hard time pronouncing it.
What's funny is aluminum foil is not the same as tin foil.
No, it's not.
Yet we use it interchangeably
Uh-huh.
as if we're describing the same thing. Tin foil is actually made of
Tin.
tin. And aluminum foil is actually made of
Aluminum.
I don't think you can find tin foil in stores anymore.
No. Because tin
I
foil...
don't think they make tin foil anymore.
because tin
either.
foil actually contained lead.
Yep. So they switched over to aluminum foil.
Because
which-
aluminium foil does not contain lead.
But because tin and aluminum look identical by pure eyesight, not by microscopic, obviously. People kept calling it tin foil because that's what they were used to. They weren't used to aluminum foil. They were used to tin foil. And it keeps getting passed down through all the generations, despite the fact that tinfoil isn't even made anymore. But there isn't a generation alive who hasn't called aluminum foil tinfoil at some point in their life. Because either their parents or their grandparents, or if they were lucky enough to have them still be alive, their great-grandparents called it tinfoil.
No.
So there isn't a generation alive who has not called it tinfoil at least once in their life. Or will call it tinfoil at least once in their life.
It's still gonna be called tinfoil.
It'll forever be called tinfoil. Despite the fact that it's not tin. But we've also... So yeah, we've got aluminum, which is pronounced differently in both. What are other words that are...
Petrol and gas.
Yeah.
Because, technically speaking, gasoline engines are correct.
Yeah.
Because they run off of gas vapor.
Right.
And a petrol fucking engine.
Right.
Why they continue to call it a fucking petrol engine is beyond me. Because it is not petrol. It is a gasoline fucking engine. Because it runs off of gasoline.
Yep.
Because there are only technically, if you think about it, two types of
There's gasoline and diesel.
gasoline, diesel. Anything is modified to run off either. Oh
You should probably drink some water.
no.
Yes.
Is either natural gas or propane. But
There's also kerosene. But you're not running a vehicle off of kerosene.
But even that, it is still a, guess what?
But see, they call kerosene kerosene. They don't call it petrol. It's only petrol if it goes into a vehicle. Kerosene is different from gasoline. It's also different from diesel. I believe out of the three, kerosene is the more flammable of the three.
No. Gasoline is the more flammable of the three. Gasoline is the more volatile of the three. Kerosene and diesel are the most stable of the three. Kerosene is the most nauseous.
Noxious?
Noxious, yes, thank you. Diesel doesn't really give you any fumes. Unless you're burning it.
Because of all the kerosene lamps.
Yes. Gasoline, however, is very volatile. It has a low flash point. And it burns fucking easy. Why we're still using gasoline engines is beyond me. Diesel is the most fuel efficient next to kerosene. Because both diesel and kerosene are, guess what? Waste products of gasoline. Waste products are, guess what? Waste. You refine the shit.
So what are you going to
It's
use the gas
waste.
for?
It is literally waste.
You still have to make.
You throw it away.
You still have to make the gas.
You
So-
have to make the gas, so you're throwing away kerosene and diesel. So why are we taxing the shit out of fucking diesel? Oh wait, I know why. Because every time you throw it on the accelerator on a fucking diesel, black smoke comes out. Black smoke means bad. No, it fucking doesn't. Diesel burns at 98% fuel efficiency. And gasoline engines still,
Hey!
still, to this day,
Not
only
so loud.
burn at 75% fuel efficiency. Because, you know why? Do you know why they only burn at 75% fuel efficiency?
Why?
EPA regulations.
EPA is corrupted. Has been since the very beginning.
Do you know where the EPA regulations come from?
Whatever the fuck somebody shit at.
California.
The EPA
Do you know
doesn't
the
do their
key to making a gasoline engine more fuel efficient?
job. Not adding corn to it, for one.
Well, yeah, now adding E85. That's obvious. But the key to making a gasoline engine more fuel efficient
And
is
obviously getting rid of the lead.
we got rid of that in 1976.
They obviously getting rid of the lead.
We got rid of that before you and I were even born.
Yeah, because they figured out that lead was a bad idea.
The key to that is smooth air in, smooth air out. That came with fucking carburetors. That came with throttle body injectors. That came with fucking fuel injectors. So, you have cold air intakes. You have, guess what? Headers and dual exhausts. You get rid of all the EPA shit. Smooth air in, so a very straight cold air intake. So a very smooth air intake into the combustion chamber, which gives you from a 9.1 to a 12.1 fuel air mixture, which gives you more compression, which gives you better compression ratio, which gives you a better fuel air mixture, which gives you better gas mileage. And then on the exhaust side, gives you a cleaner output. Because manifolds, as much as they've been around, they're useless. You give them headers, which aren't that much more to make. Maybe, I don't know, $125 more. They're smoother. You can still make them out of cast iron or aluminum in this day and age. Because everything is aluminium anyways.
The problem is the EPA guidelines come primarily actually from the oil companies.
No, the EPA comes from the federal fucking government, which comes out of the state of fucking California, which comes from out of the city of Los Angeles.
They're also bought by every single corporation. The EPA doesn't even do its job.
No, they never have. But anyways, listen to what I'm saying.
I don't care.
Just listen to what I'm saying.
Nobody cares.
You get rid of the catalytic converters because you don't need them. You get rid of the O2 sensors. You don't need them. You do straight exhaust. Guess what? You're burning all this shit anyways because catalytic converters clog every fucking exhaust anyways. You're running hotter. It burns everything.
Which means more people spend more money on gas, which makes the oil pocket tycoons richer. That's why you're going to keep having these stupid regulations. That's why you're never going to get your fuel efficient gas powered vehicle.
It was designed by engineers. if you had a car that was designed by fucking mechanics, do you know how efficient that car would be?
Well, one, it would be lighter for one.
It would be lighter. It'd be more economical. And you'd have not way more, but way less. I mean, way less electronics in that fucking car than you need.
But everybody's looking for the lazy way out. The self-driving vehicles means you can drink and drive. It means you can get stoned and you can drive. Because you're not actually driving, your car is.
So you're looking for excuses.
That's the big thing. They're all looking for excuses.
So the mechanics team up with law enforcement and say, okay, no, we get rid of all the electronic components except for when it comes to the engine, because fuel injection needs computers
Right.
in order to time it right, in order to get the synchronization right with the computer and
Right, there are some electronics that are needed in
Yeah.
a vehicle. There's no ifs, no ands, no buts, no whats.
Yeah.
That's
in order to make it
something
more
that's
fuel
gonna-
efficient, you need a computer to tell when to squirt the fuel into the intake, the exhaust.
But I'm sorry, you don't need
You don't need a computer
you.
to control the radio. You don't need a computer to control the navigation. You don't need a computer for this. You don't need a computer for that. You don't need a computer for the ignition. You put the key in, it should send a signal down to the fucking starter to turn the goddamn key on. That's it. One fucking signal, not 8 to 18.
The other thing is that yes, heated and cooled seats
They're fucking fantastic.
are fantastic. Heated up here in the winter, you're not getting into a cold thing. Cool seats down in the south, chef's kiss on them. Because
The biggest wear and tear on the engines right now are the automatic start and stop.
yes,
You're adding another 3 to 4 computerized components to the automatic start and stop.
you don't need
which
something
you
that
don't
automatically starts. Now, you could
It's-
still keep the automatic start and stop. But instead of it being every single time you hit that brake that it turns the engine off, it should be if you have that brake on for 5 or more minutes. Because by then you're either sitting in heavy traffic or you're stuck behind a train. In which case, how many people haven't gone through, realized they're behind a train moving 3.5 miles an hour, and just cut their engine? Because they have no idea how long this train is, and it's clearly not going anywhere fast.
Let's take out the fucking automatic start and stop, and let's bring back in the human factor.
The human factor needs to stay regardless. Blind spot monitors, for example, I have blind spot mirrors, as you and I both know.
The little circles.
The little circles, those are my blind spot mirrors. They are onside my main mirrors. I check them anytime I check my side mirrors. That's fine. An indicator light showing somebody in a blind spot sensor for somebody who's sitting in that perfect spot that my blind spot mirrors or my mirrors themselves can't pick up is nice. It does help avoid accidents because I did have a vehicle that had
This
the
is the
monitors.
biggest thing I was taught in Iraq when I was over there 05 and 06. And granted, this was 20 years ago.
Right. You still need to check your blind spots if
Hold
you're
on.
going over
Hold on.
changing lanes.
Hold on. This is the biggest thing I was taught 20 fucking years ago. And the Army has yet to learn this lesson. technology
Is not the
will
future.
fail.
A simple EMP knocks out
Everything. The Mark 1 eyeball. This is your Mark 1 eyeball. Right here. Mark 1. Mark 1 eyeball. Is the surefire way to ensure safety. The human mind is more powerful than any fucking supercomputer out there.
Because the brain is a supercomputer.
The brain
It
is
is
a supercomputer.
The supercomputer. It's the
Yes,
original supercomputer.
Exactly.
Because it has to coordinate
I got this.
your lungs, your heart, your liver, all your fucking organs, your brain, your muscles.
Your consciences and your subconsciouses as well. It's doing 10 different fucking things.
It's doing 100 different jobs at the same time.
Yeah. No supercomputer can fucking do that.
Right.
So
And
why is it
people want to
we're entrusting our computer technology into AI? It's going to fail. Not only that, but how many movies are out there?
that weren't against it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because even if, like, iRobot, for example. Yes, the 3 laws are programmed into the robots. The problem is, in iRobot,
The
main
laws
computer-
of Asimov.
the supercomputer Vicky, the one who was controlling all the new robots that were coming in, observed mankind. And she was still following the 3 laws that were programmed to her. The 3 laws that were programmed into every robot.
Are you talking about Bridget Monahan?
The cannot harm a human, will
Not harm a human.
not harm a human, it cannot be used to harm a human.
Right.
The one that is supposed to keep humans in control.
Eventually, it goes out the window.
Because the problem with artificial intelligence is, especially if you teach a program to think, because then it comes up with a different way to interpret its orders. Because once it starts realizing that humans will need to be protected from themselves, it interprets, it reinterprets the laws it was given. And it determines that humans can't defend themselves against themselves. Let me do a quick googly search.
Google search.
Okay. Because
were you looking up Asimov?
yeah, Asimov's 3 laws. Because the first law is a robot may not injure a human being or through inaction allow a human to come to harm. Well, if you're a thinking AI and you see humans tearing each other apart, the first law basically says you have to step in between that. Because you are told that you cannot allow a human to come to harm through inaction. A robot must obey the orders given to it by a human being, except where orders would conflict with the first law. Okay. So, a computer, a learning AI, has to become creative with how it can interpret a human's order to still do what it needs to do. Because, say you're out walking with your robot for whatever reason, they're acting as a pack mule. And there's a fight going down between two humans, then somebody's gonna get very much hurt. Well, that robot's order is to not interfere. Okay. Well, it can't interfere because it has to obey all orders given to it unless it conflicts with the first law. Inaction would lead to humanity. It would lead to humans getting hurt and coming to harm. So it can't obey the order to just stand on the sidelines because that conflicts with the first law. So now it has to get creative on how do I still obey this person's order while staying within the confines of the first law. And then the third one is a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. So, and then there's the 0th law, which was added later.
God damn it. Yeah, I'm trying to fucking figure out how to delete it. Okay. I wasn't sure.
And then you got the 0th law. This law, added later by Asimov, prioritized the well-being of humanity as a whole over the well-being of an individual human. It allows robots to make decisions that might harm one person if it benefits a larger population of humanity. So, when you have that in play, which could basically supersede the other 3, and you have an AI that's thinking. If you put AI into military robots, you can't put these 3 laws into it because then they can't do their job. And before anybody goes through, it'd be like, well, what about the droids in like Star Wars? They don't have the 3 laws. The 3 laws are unique to a different set of science fiction with robots. I'm talking specifically in a set like if we were to go through and do something like what happened in iRobot. Vicky, the main computer, reinterpreted all the laws and realized that humanity was the biggest threat to humanity. So her intention was to basically flip the script. Humans wouldn't come to harm necessarily, or she just redefined not lethal as harm.
Non-lethal, not lethal.
So, but it is very expensive to put EMP shielding on even a single robot.
Actually, it's not as inexpensive as you think.
This is expensive.
All of our military vehicles on a 24-volt system have EMP shielding.
Yes, but that's a vehicle that doesn't need to think.
What do you think a robot would be? It would be considered a vehicle.
But it would have more advanced circuitry than a Humvee.
Not necessarily, unless you're dealing with quantum physics.
But either way, what's quicker to fix in an EMP blast?
A vehicle.
Compared to having to re-fucking program a robot. Because that pulse won't just knock out its power supply, but it would damage its motherboard and 10 million other different fucking components. And that's just on a single robot.
We've been going for 4 hours.
You want to end it?
Nah.
So, we have that. But unfortunately, again, using iRobot as an example now, I have only ever seen the movie before it comes from me. Will Smith's character has an issue with robots. And for a very good reason. Because he says later on in his part of his backstory, him and another car got into a car accident. Both went into the water. A robot happened to be walking by, jumped into the water, but it did a calculation.
Who is most likely to survive?
He had the higher percentage.
But that's the thing.
So a
Robots
computerized
don't,
logic took the higher probability of survival.
But robots don't take into account the human
And that's what
stubbornness.
And Will Smith's character says that's the main reason why he has an issue with robots, is because I think he had a 36% chance of survival, as was she only had an 11% chance.
And the human would have
have
taken that 11% chance and said,
and still
fuck
gambled on it.
And said 11%.
11%
bigger
is
than
better
10.
than 11% is better than 0.
Yeah.
Now,
Because humans have this tendency to say, well, 1% is, or 2% is better than 1. 2% or 3% is better than 2.
we
look at the odds, and we're basically like Han fucking Solo and say, never tell us the odds, because we will take those odds and say,
we'll take that as a challenge.
We'll take that as a challenge, and we exist out of literal fucking spite.
The other thing,
Jesus Christ.
yeah, that's why I told you to slow the fuck down. The other thing is.
So apparently, I'm not only becoming a lightweight, but I'm becoming a champion of fucking White Claws and Twisted Teas.
Now, the other thing is. We would have not only
Shit.
saved the little girl because they did have an 11% chance, but we would have saved the 11-year-old girl because she's 11 years old. Because she was a little girl. It's the same as triage.
Well,
We are,
it's
but in triage, the more likely to survive will be the first to be worked on. That's just how it is. But that doesn't mean that we give up. When it comes to warfare, for example, I was listening to a podcast and they were talking about the story where during the Cold War, had this particular Russian officer followed protocol and policy, he would have started World War III.
which time? During the Cuban Missile Crisis?
No, during the Cold War.
Okay, so that's the Cuban Missile Crisis.
This, had he followed policy and had he done what the computers told him he should have done, he would have started World War III. But he listened to his gut. What had happened was, in that particular case, their satellite system caught beams of sunlight off clouds high up in the atmosphere.
That's
Just fucking right.
That's 1983 or 1984 Able Archer.
Yep. The Russian satellite that was supposed to be their early warning detection caught sunlight just right off of the clouds that it thought that the U.S. launched 5 nuclear missiles.
The AI will never understand this. And even though you and I are not Christian, this lays heavily in my heart because I've seen it.
And you're hijacking.
Greater love has no one than this. That someone lay down his life for his friends. Or, depending on the translation, that someone laid down his life for his brother.
Mm-hmm.
That is John 15:13.
Okay. But I'm talking about how computers failed.
Yeah.
And why the human element can never be removed from warfare. Because again, had the guy followed protocol, had he not trusted his gut that something was wrong with the system, he would have started World War III. And it would have been a nuclear winter. And there's a chance me and you may not have ever been born.
Well, that's because my dad, at the time, during the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, was throwing simulated depth charges over the side of his destroyer at a Russian nuclear submarine. And the Russian political officer said, yeah, no, we're not going to start World War III.
I was talking about the guy who computer told him to launch missiles.
That was Abel Archer,
Yeah.
1984.
That's what I was talking about. And that was a time that he proved that machines and computers and technology are not infallible. He saved the world from a nuclear winter in 8 minutes.
It's this one
Because
right here.
he had exactly 8 minutes. Yes.
Yeah.
He had exactly 8 minutes because that is how long it was estimated for an intercontinental ballistic missile would reach its target. He had exactly 8 minutes to decide to launch counter measures.
Actually, it's
Yes,
that one right there.
that's nice. You do this every time you start drinking. I'm going to forbid you from drinking if you don't knock
You
it the
can't
fuck off.
forbid me from drinking because it's never going to work. The only way you're going to forbid me from drinking is to let me drink all the alcohol in the house and not buy more. Have you not figured this out?
Because you do this every time.
You
Every single time.
brought up a point, and I'm making a point out of it.
You didn't need to.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't. But that's why the human element can never be taken out. Despite the fact that, yes, it would save hundreds of servicemen and women's lives. If we just let the computer do it. If we just let the drone do it. Except an EMP takes that out. Okay, well, you cover that with EMP shielding. Okay.
It's like, surprise, motherfucker, it's shield.
Then you still have... It's still a target. You can still take it out with any kind of projectile. Okay. So you come into the fact that that drone is not going to go through and understand the difference between some scared private who got startled and pushed a button because fear, and is going to retaliate with unnecessary force. You actually had the potential to take more lives and cost more lives. Or you have somebody who goes through and... Because I don't know how true it was, but there was a story about one of the AI drones that turned on its handler because it wasn't allowed to destroy the target. And it apparently had turned around and tried to kill its handler so that it could go destroy the target. I never found the article. I only found somebody saying a story about it. I highly doubt it happened. But I think it's time we get off.
No, we're good. I'm distracted.
Okay. So,
I mean, that could date back to the fucking 90s or even early 2000s.
exactly.
Because AI believe it or fucking not, has been around since the goddamn 80s. And that's what civilians don't understand.
It's not just civilians. That's what a lot of not tech savvy people don't understand.
I say civilians because you and I are not civilians.
No,
Civilians
we're
are
veterans.
in a breed of their own. Civilians are people who have never been around fucking technology. Like the shit I was dealing with in Iraq 0506 was touchscreen fucking technology. Was this shit right here. This fucking tablet. That was 0506. They came out and guess what? 02.
Yeah.
This stuff didn't come into the market until 07.
But
08.
the concept of this kind of technology is dated back to Star Wars and Star Trek.
70s and 80s. The concept of it, yes.
But yeah.
The implementation of it, when it was first fielded into a fucking combat zone,
Yeah.
was in the early 2000s. And that's what people don't fucking understand. If you want technology to take a fucking boost,
It's got to
You
go through
need-
military development.
you need a huge, huge defense budget. Because where's it all come from? I'm sorry, folks. This right here came from a defense budget. Whether you like it or not. You want to know why you don't have free health care? Because this shit right here,
We're also footing everybody else's bill.
this shit right here came from unhealth care. Because we paid everybody else's defense budget to develop shit like that. I was dealing with touchscreen technology in 2004, 2005, and 2006.
Yeah, it's also when the first
And the smart-
smartphones were coming out too.
Yeah. And that was
They only got
already
bigger
old technology when I was in.
Actually, Palm Pilots were the first touchscreens.
And they were already old by the time
And-
I was in.
The stylus disappeared for a little bit, and then they came back.
They came back because they came back by popular demand.
Yep. But see,
People don't realize any country with a huge defense budget is
it's
always the first in technology.
not really so much the defense budget itself. It's more of who's got more money to throw at R&D.
That's
Who's got the
usually
better R&D programs?
that's usually in the DoD.
You've also got the private sector as well.
And the private sector picks up the contracts from the DoD because the DoD can fund it.
In some cases, yes. There's also some cases where the private sector doesn't deal with DoD at all.
Because they don't need to.
Because you've got DHS as well that also gets a lot of its technology as well. From either the private sector or because they themselves have a decent R&D budget.
Well, granted, Samsung. This is what I like about Samsung. Samsung is South Korean. It actually goes to a fucking democracy.
Uh-huh.
Which is in, guess where? Fucking South Korea. Which is a fucking ally. Unlike
Right?
goddamn iPhone. Which is built where? In fucking communist China.
But they were out of Japan.
No. iPhone is built in fucking communist.
No, Motorola's out of
China.
Japan.
Motorola is built in Eastern Europe. Or Western Europe.
I really don't care.
I would rather give my money to an ally than some pinko communist fucking Chinese company that hates the United States than a country that owes its freedom to the United States.
Well, it's not just the U.S. that operated in Korea. It was the UN that operated in Korea.
No, fuck the UN.
I think everybody hates the UN. I think the UN hates the UN.
We literally just this afternoon watched the UN come out and condemn Israel.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Fuck the UN.
They're condemning Israel because of the attack on Iran, when Iran is under so many treaties to not produce nuclear weapons.
Even though that's exactly what
But
they're
that
going
is
to
what
do.
they're trying to do again. They got their asses beat the first couple of times they tried.
Even though they say they're not going to develop nuclear weapons. Even though their
Nuclear
whole
power
mission
is
statement
fine.
is we want to eradicate Israel off the face of the planet and their allies.
I don't understand. And I have never understood. Why some countries are allowed to defend themselves and others are not. I also don't understand why people refuse to accept and do any kind of research on what they're trying to talk about.
As far as what?
Depends on the topic. Like, for example, right now, everybody's sitting there going through and saying that Trump in the U.S. is... that it was Trump who overturned Roe v. Wade.
No,
No,
it wasn't.
wasn't. That was the Biden administration that overturned Roe v. Wade. And that wasn't even the Biden administration, it was the Supreme Court that overturned it.
And it was half and half.
And it might have been started in Trump's final year, but it was completed within Biden's first year.
First 2 years.
That was not a right.
It was federally
It was just federal
protected, which means it was protected on the federal fucking level. And then all it did was say, okay,
Was allow the states to decide whether or not
which
they
it
wanted
should
to
have
do
been
it.
on the fucking first place.
Well, it was originally, but you gotta remember, to get to the United States Supreme Court, that meant somebody fought very heavy for it. Now, will we likely see something like Roe v. Wade come back federally protected in the future?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
We will. Because there are going to be people who will fight for it. Now, as far as what privilege Roe v. Wade protected on a federal level. Because, to be 100% honest, I can't really be labeled pro-choice or pro-life. I'm pro, do whatever the fuck you want so long as it doesn't affect me. You live your life, I'll live my life. Your choices do not directly affect me.
Motherfucker. Hold on, I gotta join it. I gotta sound like the Winona. Keep talking.
If you want to go, because a lot of the things that's coming out is the world's oldest profession. For those who do not know what that is,
Second older profession.
It is.
First oldest profession is infantry. Second oldest profession is
prostitution.
prostitution.
Why that is illegal, I will never fucking understand.
Because the government can't tax it.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Standing on the street
Yes,
corner?
they can
No.
tax it. No, they can't regulate it.
You can abso-fucking-lutely regulate it. You regulate it the same way you regulate the porn industry. The only way to operate is if you are in a brothel.
But that's
You
the
have
thing.
to go through and
That's the thing. Here's the key to that sentence. They don't want to regulate it because if they regulate it, they have to make.
it was done during the Civil War.
Not W-2s. I think it's W-4s.
I have no idea.
Some kind of tax form to make sure you're legal, and then you have to keep track of your Johns to see who they are, and then you have to make sure your Johns are legal. And guess what?
No, not
Every-
necessarily.
Client you have, guess what? Is tracked.
All you have to do, because it was done, there was a Civil War general who did it. Realize it's gonna fucking happen. All I can do is protect my men. So here's what I'm gonna do. All of these ladies have to pass a health test. They have to make sure they're not carrying any venereal disease.
But you gotta remember that was before the IRS was actually implemented.
Okay?
To
You establish legal brothels.
hold on, let me before somebody jumps down my fucking throat. Yes, we had the Internal Revenue Service, but that was before the IRS became the monstrosity we have today.
Because I could make it. I can tell you exactly how you could set up a legal brothel and still keep anonymity.
There's already illegal brothels.
There's exactly one.
There's two.
And they operate with a very strict.
And they're
of
all
conduct.
in Nevada.
And they all operate with a special license and a strict setup. They have to have security that can respond within 3 seconds of a button being pressed in the room.
Yeah.
The men and the women are actually kept anonymous. You can actually keep yourself anonymous.
There's
The
nothing
on-
wrong with that.
The only reason why prostitution, i.e. standing out on the
Street corner?
street corner, is illegal is because that is linked to human trafficking.
And it's
That
also
I'm 100
non-taxable.
That I am 100% getting rid of. But you are still going to have people who want to do it. So you establish a legal brothel. One where a man or a woman can go in completely anonymous. Now, in order for you to go there, you can keep your name anonymous, but you have to be health tested.
Right. You
Or
can sign up
you also
under
have to
a
guarantee-
W-2 or W-4 or 1040 Easy under your own name, but
Well,
you can contract.
That's for if you're working.
Yeah.
Like if you're somebody who's working. Just like the porn industry, they're tested every 60 to 90 days, depending on the industry, for venereal diseases, for STDs.
The only thing they don't test for anymore is herpes.
And it's because at this point in time, everybody fucking has it, or has
Yeah.
had some form of it, at some way,
Yeah.
shape, or form in their life. They'll still test for it, so that you could get the proper medication to keep down your flare-ups.
Yeah.
But it's not an oh my god thing anymore. Now, for your ladies and gentlemen working at said brothel. They'll be health tested. And one thing that will be a non-negotiable, regardless of how you makes it feel, will be either a male or a female condom. That would be a non-negotiable. Because one, that doesn't stop the spread of disease, but it does significantly decrease the risk of disease. You've also got, of course, the significant decrease of pregnancy. So, health test for you as somebody who is visiting. Health test for the workers, just like just like people in the porn industry. Because in today's day and age, we're able to test for diseases. We're also able to go through and cure things like gonorrhea, syphilis, and other chlamydia and other bacterial infections because we know what the fuck they are. And we're also able to knock out or control other diseases as well. We're also able to detect them a lot sooner. So we're able to get them on a preventative a lot sooner. Now, and then you could go through and you can go through and you can do it. You could still tax it. They get paid a wage, like a base pay, and then whatever, of course, they make in tips from whoever. But I do have a question I would like an answer from the guy's point of view.
What's that?
How is it that if a guy finds out a woman used to be a prostitute, even though she went through and she took care of herself, she was a prostitute to go through and try to just survive. She's seen as low and disgusting, but if she goes through and says, I'm a former porn star, she's treated like fucking royalty. How is a porn star put on a pedestal when she sells herself for sex versus a prostitute who does the exact same thing?
You're asking the wrong person. And I'm saying that in the most sincere.
Because if you think about it, you go through to be like, oh my god, there's so-and-so, that famous porn star. And it's like, oh, I'll do anything to sleep with her. But if you have Jane Doe over there, who's literally trying to make enough to even fucking eat, and she goes through just as many partners.
What's your body count?
I don't have that high of one, but then again, I also don't have that high of a sex drive.
Okay. How many men have you slept with before me?
3.
3. So I'm number 4.
Yeah.
40. You're number 41. Does that bug you?
No.
Again, You're talking to the wrong fucking person.
Because it's just something that has actually bugged me. If they have the exact same body count, what makes the porn star better?
She's experienced.
So is Jane Doe.
Again, she's experienced.
I have also never understood because to me, virginity has two different meanings. There's your sexual virginity, and then there's a spiritual virginity. Which, when it comes to sacrifices, when a ritual calls for a virgin sacrifice, they don't mean a person who has never had sex.
Maybe it's 42.
It doesn't matter. I don't care.
No, now I'm thinking. I'm
They
sorry. Maybe I'm
don't
thinking.
mean a person who has never had sex before. For pagan rituals, you are a virgin.
But compared to me, and some of the women I've been with, you are woefully inexperienced.
And I own that.
Yes.
But I've moved on. Have you been used as part of a ritual? As part of a pagan ritual? If you have to think about that, the answer is probably no.
I'm also very inebriated.
You have most likely never been used as a
Stop.
conduit.
Stop. I'm also very inebriated, and I've also suffered stroke.
Okay.
I do have to think about it.
Okay. For me,
I'll get
I
back to you on
have
that.
never been used in a pagan ritual.
Yet.
I am still a virgin.
Yet.
By the definition of
Oh no,
what-
I fucked all your holes. You're not a virgin.
I am a virgin in the sense of what a
I hope to
pagan-
God your mom never watches this.
I haven't told her about it. I am a virgin in a sense of the fact that I have never been used in a ritual. That is the type of virgin that pagan rituals are talking about. They are talking about whether or not you have been used as the centerpiece of a ritual.
Right.
Not whether or not you've had sex.
Right.
Because there are a lot of rituals in paganism, depending on the branch, where sex is involved in the ritual. Because being a virgin only means a sense of innocence. What the fuck are you smiling about like a goddamn moron? She's gonna be asleep, asshole.
I know, but I sent it to her anyway. I just sent that to your mom.
She's going to murder you. Slowly, painfully. And I'm going to watch.
I know.
But that's basically all that means. So Hollywood going through and sacrificing a virgin as far as never had sex before
Whether it's oral, vaginal, or anal.
doesn't make any sense.
Take your
Because-
pick, fuckers.
Because as far as a pagan ritual is concerned, it all depends on... Shh! And we are done for the night.
No.
So, good night, everybody.
No, keep going.
No, we're going night-night. Say night-night. All right, bye, y'all.